Councilmember Berkeley,
Recording in progress.
Councilmember Burnett,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola. She's here. Mayor Delgado.
Here. Okay, any change to the agenda, or can we move to closed session? Bob?
No, there's no change to the closed session agenda. Who's the third council membership?
Councilmember Viola.
Oh, okay, but she's not showing on my, oh, maybe it's me.
I got her.
You got, oh, there she is. Okay, very good. No changes to the agenda. We can
Okay.
move to closed session.
Thank you, Anita. We'll
You're
move to closed
welcome.
session.
Okay, welcome everyone. My name is Bruce Delgado. I'm the mayor of the city of Marina, and we're gonna resume our open session. We started it at 5 o'clock and then went into closed session. And so I'll turn it over to our city attorney to report what we did during closed session. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the council met in closed session this evening on the one item listed on the agenda. That was a matter of property negotiations for a city-owned property located at 210 8th Street in Marina. The council received information and provided direction to the city's property negotiator, the city manager, and there was no reportable action taken this evening during the closed session. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. So next, we're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And Philip Saldivar is with us tonight, and he will help lead the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence. Philip was the gentleman who found the missing girl, Emery, and that was a couple of nights ago. And he is a father himself of two. He lives in Monterey, and he felt compelled to help when he heard the alert. So he came out to help and actually was able to find the missing girl. So let's have a moment of silence. And then Philip, if you're with us.
Yes.
Yes, I see you there with your family. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Go ahead and introduce your family, Philip.
This is my wife, Morgan. That's my daughter, Sophie, and my other daughter, Gabby.
All right, Gabby and Sophie, Morgan. Thank you, Philip. So we'll have a moment of silence, and then you can lead us in the pledge. If that would be great.
Okay.
All right, Philip, please proceed.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Very nice. Thank you and your whole family, Philip. We really
Thank you.
appreciate. Yeah, we thank you for joining us, and thank you especially for finding the little girl. That was really wonderful for everyone to have a positive conclusion to a pretty scary incident. All right. Well, we are going to our communications from the floor, and I'll turn it over to you, Philip, or anyone in your family to start us off. Anything that you'd like to say about what's on your mind tonight? Or,
Well, speaking for Philip, he does not see himself as a hero or anything like that, but the praise across social media and just the community has been so generous and gracious towards him. And we certainly think he's a hero, but he thinks he's just a dad doing dad stuff. But it was a pretty wild ride, and it's been a pretty emotional couple days.
all right. Well, thank you for everyone for supporting your dad, and thanks to Dad for being a good dad and supporting everyone in the family. And we hope that your experience and your willingness to help is an inspiration to the rest of us, because we all can help in different situations when we find ourselves in unexpected circumstances. And what you did was a great example of the best we can hope for folks when they care enough to get involved and help others. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. So now we'll turn it over to other members of the public. If there's anything that you'd like to comment on, you have up to 4 minutes. And Mike Owen, welcome. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm on, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My first question was if the city manager could provide any more information about the plans to bring the committees and commissions back to life. Then I wanted to applaud Shay Holmes and Doug Yount's presentation at the last planning commission meeting about the past, present, and future build-out plans for Shea Homes, which was very impressive. I think everybody that saw that, you know, would be really proud of the direction Marina is going. And then I need to say that pride is not exactly the reaction I think all of us have had to the illegal removal of the 7 trees last month by Shea Homes. When the Hilltop fiasco happened, the city held Shea Homes accountable. They accepted responsibility. They got involved with the community to come up resolutions, solutions, and I think a degree of goodwill and trust was reestablished. My second question, what are the city plans for holding Shea Homes accountable and when that might happen? My third question is I submitted information about the 7 trees that were removed, their size, their health, etc. And I was just wondering if the city can verify that those were accurate information, data. The reason that the illegal removal of trees has to come before any other agenda item for the removal of the regular rest of the 3rd phase is that although the tree ordinance says illegal removal requires 3 for 1, it doesn't stipulate the size. And in this case, there will be recommendations when this comes up that the size of the replacements for the 21 trees would be no less than 20 inches DBH. The largest tree that was removed was 76 inches DBH. The guesstimate by the Carmel Forester is that that's about $50,000. The rest of the Monterey cypress were like 50, 60 inches DBH. If that is accepted by the Planning Commission, then those trees among the hundreds that would be scheduled otherwise for clear cutting need to be marked, saved by orange netting, and any barracks buildings that were located close to those, instead of being bulldozed, they would have to follow the same demolition procedures that's scheduled for the Dune City Park. All of these are items that need to be addressed and taken care of before any sort of general, like permission or okay for the rest of the tree removal, that would be in a permit that was scheduled for 14 April, maybe a month ago, takes place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And Lane Long, our city manager, is going to address this tonight. Lane, do you want to mention anything before we go on?
No, other than I'll just be making a report on what was removed, discussions that I've had with Marina community partners, and some ideas and thoughts moving forward. And so I'll be covering all that at the report section at the end of our meeting.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Hello, Elizabeth, and good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Delgado and City Council members. You already are aware, trees again have been removed at the Dunes on Monterey project without approval. The removal permit request for the illegally removed trees, plus probably many more trees in the Dunes Phase 3, was supposed to be on the agenda for the upcoming Planning Commission meeting on April 14. I ask you to postpone any new tree removal permit requests until the developer has explained what went wrong this time, has come to an agreement with the city about the number, size, and species of trees that will need to be planted as a consequence of the illegally removed trees, and has a clear understanding of what action needs to be taken to assure that no more inadvertent tree removals will happen. The Phase 3 area of the Dunes project is bordered by 1st and 2nd Avenue on the west and east, 3rd Street on the south, and the northern part reaches almost 6th Street. This is a large area with lots of barracks and lots of trees. The only legal chance residents have to see trees in that area is by looking from outside of the fences. Most of the trees can only be seen by walking in between the barracks. Residents have repeatedly asked to reinstate the tree committee, which was put on hold during COVID. This new devastating illegal removal of trees, several of which were large and beautiful, shows that the tree committee can't be reinstated soon enough. I have a few questions. Number one, when will the tree committee be reinstated? 2, will residents have a chance to legally visit the area to be able to document the existing trees? 3, will the city not put new tree removal requests on the April 14 Planning Commission meeting agenda, but wait until the newest illegal tree removal debacle has been sorted out? And final question, what is the current penalty for illegal tree removal, and does this need to be updated? If or when you come to an agreement with the developer about the number, size, and species of trees that will need to be planted to try to make up for the loss of large established trees that took decades to grow, please make sure that warranty will be part of the agreement. Many new trees don't survive in our coastal area. I think that the developer will need to offer warranties for several years to come, and that if a tree fails and needs to be replaced, the warranty clock starts ticking again. This is the least that the developer can do to try to regain the trust that barely had been reestablished after the previous devastating inadvertent tree removal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisbeth. All right, we'll address the questions the best we can at this time as soon as public comment's over. And now let's move to Grace Silva Santella. Hello, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So this evening, I'm speaking on behalf of both myself and my husband, Ray Santella. And I'll just say very quickly, I thank you very much that the gentleman who found the young girl gave the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Both my husband and I went out that evening, and it was an astounding example of a community coming together, and it was really quite overwhelming. So the comments that I'm making tonight are similar to Mike and Elizabeth. During the week of March 14th, developers of the dunes once again removed trees without respecting the public process. 7 cypress trees. No public hearing, no tree removal permits. There should be consequences for this illegal removal of these 7 cypress trees. The process to determine a penalty and mediation for this illegal tree removal should be a public process. Lest we forget the illegal cutting down of our beloved native coast live oaks on Hilltop Park site. This is not the first time such errant illegal behavior has occurred. The upcoming April 14th Planning Commission meeting for any additional tree removals for Phase 3 of the dunes should be postponed. Such a request should be postponed until there has been a reckoning for the action by the development team in the illegal removal of these 7 cypress trees. In addition, the Planning Commission tree removal request must be postponed until the arborist report for Phase 3 has been made public and there has been sufficient time to evaluate the requested tree removals relative to the proposed project. Yesterday, the United Nations panel on climate change released a report titled Climate Change 2022, Mitigation of Climate Change. One conclusion from this report, we will need to suck carbon emissions out of the air. From an NPR analysis of this report, quote, the most tried and tested method for carbon emission removal uses Mother Nature. Forests and wetlands can help soak up emissions, providing a relatively low-cost way of making up for emissions from other sources. End quote. City of Marina can be a leader in addressing the immediate and real dangers of climate change by ensuring some of these beautiful existing trees in Phase 3 of the dunes development are preserved and properly protected during construction. The existing trees in Phase 3 site have some beautiful tree specimens. Many of these trees will provide benefits to the community, both to future and existing residents of Marina and visitors and tourists coming to our community. These trees in Phase 3 provide a substantial visual aesthetic that define our community and should be protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, now let's go to phone number 916-678. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Can
Yes,
you hear
hello.
me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Mariah Winman, and I'm an environmental studies student at Cal State Monterey Bay. I just wanted to make a comment about composting in the East Campus area of the university. And I know the council has been discussing matters of putting compostable items into our green waste bins. However, in the East Campus housing areas, we're only provided with trash and recycling bins from the city. And students around campus, including myself, have wondered if we could get any kind of green waste bin in order to be able to dispose of our compostables properly, whether it be a shared bin or individual bins such as our trash and recycling. And not only do individual students live here, but many families do as well, which can create much more waste that can be composted. And I've heard a few conversations about the university trying to put this into motion, so I wanted to bring the matter to the council's attention that this is something the East Campus community is interested in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mariah. And to clarify, are you referring to East Campus?
Yes, East Campus.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we'll get to these questions as soon as public comment is over. So thank you very much for joining us, Mariah. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Tina Walsh. Good evening, Tina.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I don't have much to add to the comments of Mike Owen, Elizabeth Bisher, and Grayson Ray. I agree with all the comments and questions that they proposed. And I support postponing any Phase 3 tree removal requests until we're finished with Phase 2 of this development. As for some people grumbling that there's been lack of public comments about trees over the years since 2005, I believe that Mike Owen's been commenting this whole time. And as far as residents in the area, there were no residents in the area in 2005 when this development was proposed and discussed publicly. And the people that are living there now and looking at that skyline and imagining the subtraction of the tall trees, I believe that those people should be given a chance to make public comments, at least on the Phase 3 removals of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Okay, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Good evening, Tommy.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. We can hear you.
Okay. I keep hearing trees, the word trees, trees, trees. You know what? Cypress Knolls has a lot of nice trees. We need to try to save those trees. All of them? Of course not. The cypress trees are drought resistant. Again, maybe they're not native, but go look at some of the trees that have been trimmed, especially the one on Carmel Avenue, as I stated before, at the old food corral. I mean, you have such a beautiful nature providing oxygen for us. We don't want to tear all those trees down. It's a habitat for wildlife. I've taken more pictures than you can ever believe. So I guess the question is, sounds like you have a tree committee. I think what we need to do is kind of establish a tree crew and start. You got money to knock down all those buildings. You can put some money to the side and save those trees. Of course, not all of them. A lot of them are dead and dying. I guess I have a question about the pump track, since I was kind of excited about hearing about it, tried to tell my nephew about it. Is it going to have a swimming pool in it so the kids can BMX inside the pool like they've been trying at the teen center? I mean, you pushed away. I think it was Terry pushed away all the young kids. And so they went elsewhere. I mean, it was a form of tourism, but since all those kids are pushed away, I called up my nephew. I was so excited. He goes, "Don't worry about it, Uncle. We built our own track." So that's how much initiative these kids have. They want to stay healthy. I mean, I just want to go over there and check it out and ride a little bit myself. But again, is there going to be a swimming pool in that pump track? And as far as gas stations, here in Skimmers and all that, and every time I go to a gas station in Marina, I don't get a receipt. So I just I'm going to boycott that. I understand it's a local thing, but you know what? I go to Costco's, it's safe, the gas is cheaper. Just talking to the guy briefly, as far as the greenhouse gases, they have gasoline trucks come in with 8,500 gallons of gas. They get 5 trucks a day. That's 15 million gallons a year, or $93 million a year. One Costco's, there's 3, so multiply that times 3. We're far from going green. As far as the internet and cell service, I landed on CSUMB on my bike, logged in as guest. I counted a 100 megabit bandwidth. There's no way students are gonna come to Marina. I would take all my computers and go there. I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't even make a phone call from my house. I kind of understand where it's at. The antennas are not high enough and the locations are not in the right place. I mean, I can help you with that. It's not rocket science. But if you're going to put us in the 21st century, as far as I mentioned, the police mentioned they needed $750,000 software. My gosh, I couldn't even sign that. What we need is license plate cameras. They're doing it in Salinas. They have them in Carmel. They can be doing centralized monitoring at the police station. We can solve crime like you wouldn't believe. And it works. We can catch the speeders, the loud noise from all these car exhausts. Boy, it would be wrapped up in a day. I have more, but I don't have enough time. Until then, I'll see you on a bike ride real soon. Bye.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's go now to Mike Kennedy. Hello, Mike. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor Bruce. Thank you and good evening. In the interest of time, I would just like to agree with everything that Mike Owen, Elizabeth, Grace, and Tina had said about our trees. My question has to do with the reduction of the green belt that was given to Shea Homes. About 2.5 years ago, Shea had mentioned that because of the work or the prevailing wage, that they were in financial straits. So they asked the city to reduce their green belt from 100 feet to 70 feet. My question is, what did our town get in compensation for this reduction of the green belt? I would like to see some leverage for that reduction to require Shea to leave a lot more of these iconic, beautiful heritage trees that exist. They provide such a beautiful canopy and optics for miles around. Replacing any tree with a 3-for-1, they're going to put in little twigs that just do not provide the same optics or benefit. Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go to Elizabeth Billingsley. Good evening, Elizabeth.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I haven't been here in a long time, but I agree with everybody that spoke for not cutting down the trees. That gives us oxygen, like they said. I'm sure that they can build around the trees. They've done it other places. Why can't they do it here? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right. If anyone else wants to speak, please raise your hand. At this moment, we'll go to Brian McCarthy.
Hey, good evening, council and staff. Thank you for sitting in your respective seats as you do every week. Keep it really brief by simply reminding council that a majority of the cities I've researched, for example, Monterey, have started many of their boards and commissions and committees within weeks. One more time, weeks, not years after the governor's declaration of emergency. So my question is, I guess, what have we been able to accomplish in the past 2 years that maybe we would not have otherwise been able to accomplish with all the saved staff time, since we've not had regular boards, committees, and commissions? Maybe said another way, how have we benefited by essentially disbanding these bodies? And secondly, what does staff look like today, April 5th, versus just pre-COVID, so like around November, December 2019, in terms of supporting these types of bodies? And those are my questions. Thanks a lot.
Can you repeat your second question, Brian?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What does staffing look like today in terms of supporting these bodies versus just pre-COVID? So just before these bodies were kind of effectively disbanded. That may not be the right word, but are we more staffed? Are we less staffed? Where do we stand?
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and we'll go through these questions. I think all the tree questions we're gonna have Lane address when he addresses the whole issue of the unauthorized trees that were removed a few weeks ago. And Mariah from East Campus questioned, when the East Campus residents could be provided bins for organics, not just recycling and garbage, but for yard waste and composting, food scraps, so in collectively regarding, referred to as organics. So Mariah, East Campus has a 93933 zip code. So it seems like it's in the city of Marina, but it's not. It's in the unincorporated portion of Monterey County. And Brian, can you tell us what you know about who the waste hauler is and what would be needed for those residents to get what we have in Central Marina?
So waste hauler for unincorporated county is waste management. So they'll have to contact waste management to see if they have those equivalent services there. As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it's not part of the franchise that's managed by the city of Marina, but all of this is in response to statewide regulations and laws and mandates. So all of the agencies in the state of California are working to comply with these.
All right, so Mariah, your options include contacting the university who pay for your garbage and recycling. And also they include going directly to your waste hauler, who is Waste Management Incorporated out of Castroville. They have a phone number you can call, or you can email them, or you can go on their website and contact them. And I'd be happy to hear from you as well, how that goes. If you need any help, I'd be happy to do what I can. Okay, Tommy asked, will there be a pool at the pump track? No, Tommy, there's no swimming pool. There's no large pool-like device like there is at the skate park, with or without water. Is that correct, Brian?
That is correct. The only thing that might resemble a pool is the drainage that might retain water for a short period until it percolates into the ground.
All right, thank you. And then Mike Kennedy asked, what compensation is planned for the reduction in the width of the green belt at the dunes from 100 feet to 70 feet? Lane, could you comment on that?
What he's referring to is what we call the linear park. And it was 100 feet from just a little south of what we call the town square, the Marina development, and it goes all the way to DeVarty. And that was all part of a final amendment to their development agreement back in December 2019. And so you want to know if there's any trade-off. The whole agreement was trade-offs and to get the final agreement in place for the remaining phases. So it was a reduction on that linear part from 100 to 70 feet, but there's a lot of other changes in that contract that entailed that reduction.
Lane, was that the third implementation agreement that we agreed to back, I think, 2019?
Right, that was December 29th. That was our
2019. We had a third deal, a third agreement that revised slightly the previous two by getting some things that we wanted, and the developers got some things that they wanted. So as far as compensation, is your answer that it was a package deal where we gave some things, including this, and the developer gave some things the city wanted? So I think Mike would be satisfied if we were able to tell him what we got from the package. And you may not be prepared to do that tonight, but maybe we could follow up at next meeting or in between with an email about the things that we gave and the things that the developers gave.
I can tell you one of the things that's kind of related to this is from that package deal, we got $8.5 million from the developer to go into the Dune City Park, which is all in part of that area. And so that was a huge part in the public open space.
Okay, I know we had a lot of slideshows and things. So do you think it wouldn't be too much work for us to refresh everyone's mind about that implementation agreement and what that package deal was?
Sure, we could do that. How do you want to do that?
We can start with putting on the consent agenda next time, just a single page that just drums up a previous document that shows in a simple manner, you know, what changes were made to the implementation agreement from 2008 for the one that we've agreed. I think it was unanimous in 2019. Good for me and good for the council and good for the public, I think, to be refreshed.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, thank you. Brian asked how we have benefited by not having the commissions meet since COVID, the ones that haven't met, and what the staffing is looked like today to support those commissions compared to what it looked like before COVID.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that anyone has benefited necessarily from having the commissions, not having the commissions. The commission's primary purpose is to provide advice to the city council. And so I wouldn't say that there's any benefit from that other than we had COVID issues, but directly relating to the tree committee, the council gave us direction and we're almost fully staffed. We'll be back to fully staffed in May in our planning department. And even though we're fully staffed, we have a lot of new bodies on board, and we're trying to get those bodies up to speed on all of our different codes and our development moving forward, so we can keep those going forward. But I would hope in the near future I'll be coming back to the council with some suggestions and plans to getting our commissions back engaged and moving forward.
I mean, it's probably not a surprise to hear me say this. I think that for the public who wants these commissions to hear that in the near future, we would come back with a plan. Can you give us an estimate, like 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, when the commissions would be operating?
I'm honestly looking at May, June timeframe.
To be operating the commissions. So does that mean that within that time frame we would have interviews and appointments made within that time frame so they could begin within 2 or 3 months?
Yeah, what I think I want to do is come back to the council and put it on a May agenda and talk about it, and then get some direction from the council, and then we move forward after that.
Okay, that sounds good. So later this month, perhaps. Let's go to that. That ends the public questions I wrote down, unless anyone has anything that I missed. And we did have a lot of tree questions, and I wrote those down, and we'll address those, make sure they're addressed a little later tonight. It's going to be a very short meeting, so it won't be very long till we get to that issue that the city manager is going to lead us. But now let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Anything that you'd like to discuss, Christina?
I do have a couple of announcements, but I do have a follow-up for City Manager, Mr. Lane Long. Does that include our rec commission, and does that also include special events? One of my rec commissioners, or I'm sorry, a member of the public, Sheila Baker, has brought up the need or concerns for events such as Labor Day Parade and things that we usually, as we return to normal. So can you please let me know or let us know if that includes rec commission?
Yes, absolutely does.
Do we have, are you able to give us any kind of update on who will oversee that?
Our recreation director, when we get a recreation director on board. But I can tell you that I'm currently working with all of our recreation staff. All of our typical summer programs that we had pre-COVID are back in place, and we'll be moving forward this summer for all the different league plays and the different kind of camps. And so Ron Powell is handling that. Kathy Meacham as well as Laura Johansson are all doing that. Almost all of our special events that we've had will be in place. The Labor Day is one that we've never done internally. We've never had the staffing or the resources to do the Labor Day parade. Honestly, Mayor Delgado carried the bulk of that for a long time. And so we've never done that on the staff end, but pretty much everything else we're able to move forward on our special events. There's a couple ones that I'm continuing to meet with Sheila Baker, Commissioner Baker on, and we're going to continue to get those events in place.
Sure. Short of having a rec director in place, I do hope maybe some staff or we can have the rec commission meet in some capacity of hiring a new, there's an irreplaceable Terry Seagrass, but having a new person, I'm sure will probably take some time as we formulate the job description. Okay, I do have some other questions. And by the way, I did stop by the youth center yesterday, and I want to give a hats off to the dedicated workers there. They had their hands full. Kids were hungry. There was the need for more food there, I noticed. But I just want to say thanks to that. Am I free to make some announcements now, Mayor?
Yeah, and before you do, Christina, I just wanted to let you know that if you were thinking that you would like a Labor Day parade this year, you would need $10,000 from the city, and you need to get going now, and I'm willing to help you. Otherwise, we probably should plan on the following year.
Let's put it out to the community. We have 18 people in attendance, and maybe some of those can get back to us.
Yeah, but please proceed. You had other comments?
Yes. Okay. Speaking, I do have several comments to make about things happening. First off, just a really big kudos to our police department and our fire department for the quick response on Saturday to the missing girl. Sergeant Cox took command out there and was calm, cool, collected as waves of people came through. It was very coordinated. I was very impressed. Very impressed. People came wanting to help, and it was a matter of under no other circumstances, I think, and I've seen chaos, and this was not chaos. So I just want to give a shout out to Chief Nieto for her team handling this as professionally as I've ever seen, and also to our entire community from here to Salinas to Monterey that really heeded the call and helped a situation that was quite dire appear to have, you know, a happy ending. So I wanted to give the kudos there. Next up is scoreboards. Thanks to Public Works, we're going to be having some scoreboards unveiled out at Preston Park on Saturday at 1 o'clock. My kids are playing softball, and I want to give a thanks to all those who have cleaned the facilities and have put on a really good league so far. So anybody who wants to go out, it's at 1 o'clock at Preston Park. Speaking of parks, if any of you have driven around, you'll notice new signs at our parks. So I want to again give a thank you. Every time I turn around, it's like, wow, there's a new one. So I saw Windy Hills, I saw DiMaggio, Gloria Jean, and so my eyes are peeled. So I want to say thank you for those really excellent, professional, clean signs. Lastly, not lastly, next, there will be a celebration for Terry Seacrest. We have
community volunteers putting together a community celebration of life, May 21st, from 11:30 to 2 at Vince DiMaggio Park, and everybody is welcome. You'll be seeing more stuff about this. Hopefully we'll get it on the city website and more. Lastly, I wanted to report back from, I went on a 3-day conference at Yosemite. It was put on by CivicWell, which is known as the Local Government Commission. And what it was it had about 100 mayors and policymakers from throughout the state, including a senator and 2 members of the Coastal Commission. And we talked about sustainable policies having to do with energy. I have a list if anybody is interested in all the California climate and energy laws. And some of them are quite interesting, having to do with charging stations, having to do with our community energy was really front and center. There were several people on the board giving kudos to that organization. So this was a really excellent meeting to really start putting on our thinking hats. Somebody was talking about carbon emissions, how we can offset that, and what can we do better. We had people from private sector, including housing for Facebook, housing initiative manager, to institutions such as American River College and Bloom Energy. The American River College VP of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and Vice President of Equity, Institutional Effectiveness at American River College. His name was BJ Snowden. And he really opened my eyes in energy policies as they relate to communities like ours, diverse communities, and how policies can. I just had to think of what we're doing with the desal when there's when there's opportunities that are not always the best for our communities in terms of carbon offset, and that kind of put the lens of DEI on renewable energy. What else did I want to mention to you? If anybody has any questions about that, I spoke a little bit with the governor's senior counselor on homelessness, Jason Elliott, and we also talked about the parking, what SB 9 that we wound up. The state is really pushing for more housing or in urban infill, but I really had to really put a spin on it that affects us, and that has to do with the parking. Yes, we all want housing, but we have to do it in a way that does not change the, I will say, does not continue to create parking situations. So they want to eliminate parking for higher density. And I think that was it. I think that's it. Anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to share, the climate energy laws, the policies, and any information that I got from it. It was a really great conference. I was happy to be there. Monterey County was well represented with Wendy Root Askew, Mayor Marianne Carbone from Sand City, Mayor Allison Kerr of Delray Oaks, and Council Member Kim Shirley from Delray Oaks, and then the county's sustainability I forgot her title, sustainability officer from the county of Monterey. So it was a great conference. Thank you for allowing me to tell you about it.
Thank you for that report, Christina, and thank you too for connecting with Philip Saldivar to lead our Pledge of Allegiance and get a little bit of appreciation for his contributions to our city by finding that little girl. All right, I'm going to share my screen just to bring up the Earth Day event. So Saturday, April 23rd, the 16th annual Earth Day at Lockpadden Park in Marina, which is just outside of the front doors of our Marina Library, where there's a playground, and next to the playground is where the event will be. And people are asked to show up at no later than 8:45, 9 a.m. if they wish to participate as a volunteer. And when you do show up at 9 a.m. or earlier, you'll have a choice of which volunteer project to contribute toward, and that will run until 11:30, volunteer projects. And then free lunch provided by Hoa Chinese Restaurant in Marina will be provided to all of those volunteers that signed up at 9 a.m. And there'll be a band with Marina residents, and our former recreation director, Don Garl, will be in the band. Don plays the drums. And Mayor Pro Tem Biala is organizing very high quality, earth-friendly gifts to be given to all the children in attendance, and there'll be face painting, and everything is free, and booths. And we're especially thankful for all of our sponsors who helped put this together, to the owner of the property, Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, to the city who does all the maintenance at this park year round. But it's Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., April 23rd. It's going to be a real special event. So we hope that everyone can come out. If you have more questions, you can contact me at 277-7690, 277-7690. I want to thank the volunteers that have come out to Preston Park and to Los Arboles Sports Complex to clean up the parks in anticipation of opening day for their Marina youth softball and baseball. The board members work very hard. The coaches work very hard to organize the league, but to go the extra mile and actually crawl under the bleachers with pressure washers and leaf blowers and brooms and rakes, and to clean all the bleachers and the weeds out of the cracks of the sidewalks to get things ready for the season. It's a big effort, and thank you to the Citizens for Sustainable Marina, who had a big role to play there, especially at Los Arboles Sports Complex. And like Christina before me, a big thank you to Sergeant Cox, Chief Tina Nieto of our police department, for jumping into action and organizing the search for the missing girl. It sure ended up well, and although I wasn't there, it sounded like it was run extremely professionally, and a lot of people gave a lot of time and effort, in the dark of night, until that girl was found around midnight. So thanks to everybody involved with that. This Saturday, we have a doubleheader as far as volunteering. You can volunteer, as every Saturday, you can volunteer from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. outside the Marina Library. We'll be getting ready for Earth Day, doing a lot of plant activities, to transplanting plants, watering plants. We'll be planting some plants. That's just outside the library this Saturday, April 9th at 9 a.m. to 1:30. Also this Saturday from 10 a.m. until 12:30, we'll have our once a month community cleanup. You just come to the corner of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard by 10 o'clock, which is about a half mile north of the Beach Road roundabout on Del Monte Boulevard. And you'll help us clean up approximately 14.2 miles of roadsides and bike trail that goes out to the north. So it's really important that we respect our city and keep it clean. And this area is one that needs monthly maintenance. So that's a doubleheader this Saturday. I hope that folks can come out and join us. All right, let's go next to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to add that our newest Rec and Cultural Services Commissioner, Sheila Baker, also not only spoke about the Labor Day parade, but she would also like to see the Thanksgiving Day dinner happen as well. So hopefully either or both of those two things we can manage to pull off this year. And I just wanted to remind everyone that May is AAPI month. And so as we get closer, we will be announcing some of the fantastic events that are happening in our region. And one in particular is very near and dear to my heart, and that will be May 14th, which is the Walk of Remembrance in Pacific Grove. They just ended the Feast of Lanterns, which was a culturally appropriative event that the city decided was not appropriate and would instead honor the history of the Chinese immigrants in Pacific Grove that were essentially driven out from the area. And so it's going to be a very incredible, important event. And so there are other events surrounding that. So I will announce that as well as we get closer, maybe another couple, 2 weeks or so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's great. Thank you very much, Kathy. And Kathy's being modest. She helped lead a lot of people from Marina and across the peninsula to participate in Pacific Grove City Council meetings to urge the City Council to end the Feast of Lanterns due to its connection to kind of a dismal past. Rather than celebrating the dismal past, she wanted it to celebrate the honor of the people that were harmed back in the day when all of the Asian folks were basically kicked out of town. And so to have a festival commemorating that in a way that was inappropriate was a cutting injury that just continued every year. But anyway, Kathy helped marshal a lot of folks that came out and spoke very intelligently to City Council, and City Council was very moved by what they heard, especially that last night when they decided to do their best to cancel it, although it wasn't a city event, it was a nonprofit event. But the next day, I believe, the nonprofit met with an emergency meeting, and their board of directors decided to basically cancel the event. Was it, Kathy, until further notice or forever?
Forever, as we understand it, in the current form.
Thank you, Kathy, for your efforts in that direction. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our consent agenda, and then we have public hearing that'll probably go pretty quickly, and we have no other action items. But at the end of the hearings, that's when we're going to take up the tree issue that so many spoke about during our public comment. But for now, let's move to our consent agenda. A collection of items we're going to vote on at once, usually is how it works. And we have had at least one. Jeffrey Markham was concerned about the military equipment policy. So I don't want to pull it, but I would like to have Tina give us our police chief, Tina Nieto, give us a very brief summary of why we think we're doing the right thing, and that it's maybe not as onerous as it might sound when you look at that list, because most of those things we've never used and don't intend to. But that kind of summary is best from our police chief. Tina, would you like to provide that brief summary?
Yes, let me share my screen. So first of all, let me explain. There we go. Do you guys see AB 481 compliance on your screens?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, we
thank
do.
you. Thank you. All right, let me explain what AB 481 is to begin with. This is affecting all law enforcement agencies in our state. This is as a result of, okay, there we go. Yeah. AB 481 came out as a result of the legislators taking a look at what was called the 1033 program. The 1033 program was a program where law enforcement could get unused military equipment for free for use with their cities. There were cities across our nation, and this included office furniture, computers, medical items, shop equipment, but also what is known as military equipment. And it was donated to cities, agencies, state agencies to help them save money instead of going into destruction or resale to the general public. And so that's where that was the program that known as military use equipment. You would hear it referred to as the 1033 program. The city of Marina was part of the 1033 program just on paper. We had no equipment from the Department of Defense that the city was using through this program, although we participated because there could be something along the way. They would send notices of excess equipment and cities could say, yeah, we want that or don't want that. So we just stayed on their alert system as a result and participated in the 1033, only just to get the notifications. However, we didn't have any military equipment assigned to the city. So 481 was enacted through our state legislators. And at that time, the state legislators said there were some issues with the 1033 equipment. There was some bad press that was going out that some cities were taking tanks or rocket launchers. This was mostly back east. This wasn't occurring in the state of California. However, it shone a light on the military use program across the nation for all law enforcement agencies. So our legislature said, hey, let's take a look at that. Legislation was put forth, and that's where AB 481 came about. AB 481, let me explain this. This is equipment that all law enforcement has used for decades. But the legislators in there, as they wrote the law, said, we are going to define what military equipment is. And so there was 15 things that they defined as military equipment. And in the legislation, it stated, we don't care how you got the equipment. If it falls under this category, we consider it military equipment. So basically, the legislators pretty much put all law enforcement agencies on notice here in the state of California that you would have to list most of the equipment that police departments carry, with the exception of pepper spray, your tasers, and your duty weapons, your sidearms, which are handguns. So the 15 things that they said, this is military equipment, include unmanned, remotely piloted aerial ground vehicles, which we have drones, and that falls under that category. They looked at mine resistant ambush protected vehicles, MRAPs. The city doesn't have any of those. They looked at high mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, Humvees. And these are 2, 1.5, 5 ton all wheeled vehicles that you can carry equipment in, and you can carry people in. And the city has what is known as a Bearcat, which is used by our special response unit, and it falls under this category. It also included tracked armor vehicles. The city does not have any tracked armor vehicles. It also included command and control vehicles that were either built or modified as an operations center. So that could be a motorhome that you see that has radios in it. If we don't have any of those as a city, but if the city did in the future purchase a command vehicle, the fire department has command vehicles, but they don't fall under this law. We would have to list it because that's what our legislator decided that it was something that was included in that 15 items. They also looked at weaponized aircraft, vessels, vehicles of any kind. City Marina does not have any of that. Battering ram slugs, breaching apparatuses that are explosive in nature, that are designed to remove locks, such as and then they exempted some things like bolt cutters or handheld rams. They looked at firearms of 50 caliber or greater, and they exempted shotguns. But I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show you pictures of patrol rifles, which every patrol officer carries in the city Marina, and it has been carrying since the North Hollywood shootout in the early 90s, would fall under that category. So that's listed. They also looked at specialized firearms and ammunition, and then the ammunition that goes with some of the weapons that that Marina has. They looked at any firearm that can launch an explosive projectile or a firearm accessory, any flashbang grenades or breaching devices, tasers, shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, and long-range acoustic devices, or LRADs. Again, the city doesn't have most of these things. We do carry projectile launch platforms. I'll cover those later. Those are for most agencies, and for our agency, they're 40 millimeter projectile launchers that launch beanbags, rubber bullets, sponge bullets, basically impound, what they call impact rounds that are used in riot situations. We do carry those in our arsenal, but we would use it only under certain circumstances. And then they looked at, sorry, I'm going through my list. So number 10, skip that. Where was I? And then number 15, that they left that kind of generic, that the governing body, and which you as a city council is considered the governing body, could determine that would require additional oversight. So let's talk about what the city of Marina does have. The Marina Police Department does have 4 drones in its arsenal. The drones that we have are 2 Mavic Minis. There's a picture of a hand at the bottom to show you just how small these devices are. We have a Mavic Enterprise, and we have a Mavic Air 2. The Mavic Enterprise has a thermal device, so it has what is known as night vision on that we can use that during searches. We talked about this when we were purchasing a drone for the fire department and police department, in which we went over the drone policies. If you go onto our website, you can find our policies that oversee the use of drones. So we can't use them to spy on people. We have to be careful where the drones can fly. You have to be licensed or covered under what is a conditional operating agreement through the FAA. So we have a lot of guidelines and policies that direct the use of our drones. In fact, our drones have been used since the beginning of the year on at least 4 occasions, which we will report out at the end of the year because that's one of the requirements of this new ordinance. And we've used them for search and rescue. There was one instance where they were used for a hostage situation, and the drone was just used to watch the front door so the suspect wouldn't leave from the front door. The other 3 times we've used them for missing people. In fact, on Saturday night, well, we didn't use that drone, but we used the drone to search for some of the evidence associated with the missing child not that evening because we were busy running the command post, but the next day and the following day to look for evidence. So our drones have been used for a missing person, for example, on Marina Beach. The fire department requests us knowing we have drone operators, and it's usually in association with a missing person because we can cover large areas of the former Fort Ord, large areas of our beach that we don't have the capabilities in our city to cover in vehicles. We don't have any 4-wheel drive type vehicles that are designed specifically for like beach conditions. And we would have to do the searches on foot. So this is a time saver. In addition to that, last year before this ordinance took effect, or the rules took effect, we actually used the drones to check for a possible overturned boat in the bay. So we can actually fly the drones over areas that our public safety personnel can't normally get to. And so we actually did that for the fire department, looking for an overturned sailboat. This is your what is known as a Lenco Bearcat. This is a vehicle that was purchased through the what they call a UASI grant back in, I believe, 2019. It is used for high risk operations used by our special response unit, very similar to like a SWAT unit on call outs. It's a carrier that can carry a whole team of people. It has equipment in it, and we keep it. It's on the books for the city of Marina because we are the holders of the grant, and it is stored in the city of Marina, so it's included on your list. And this vehicle can be deployed anywhere within the Peninsula region through our shared agreement. But mostly, I got to tell you, we actually use it for demonstrations and events. So which in the future, we'd have to say we deployed it and it went to, like, for example, the big truck show, car show that the kids go to because they like looking at this. But the city of Marina does have this as the holder of the title for the rest of the peninsula. Again, on each one and in the ordinance, and will be listed in our policy manual. There is an assignment of the equipment that says what kind of training is associated with the equipment, how much it costs, what the ongoing cost would be, and all the laws and policies that regulate the equipment. One thing I want to add is that because this is the first time cities have had to do this, there was some guesstimating on costs because this equipment was bought where we wouldn't know what the cost was today. But moving forward, we'll know the exact cost on these equipment, this type of equipment, because again, anything that we purchase moving forward would have to be authorized by the city council prior to purchase. We carry patrol rifles. They are AR semi-automatic rifles capable of firing what is known as a 223 round or a 5.56 millimeter projectile bullet. A semi-automatic rifle, the reason it's listed on the military equipment doesn't mean it's an automatic weapon, because I did have questions about that. So when you pull the trigger on this weapon, it doesn't just spray rounds. Each round has to have a single trigger pull. However, the laws in California don't allow the average person who owns a rifle like this to own it, because the amount of in the magazine, we can carry more than 10 rounds in a magazine by law in the state of California as law enforcement professionals. And that's why they listed the patrol rifles, and that's the difference between a semi-automatic rifle and a full automatic rifle. Again, this law was written by legislators who may or may not have been known about weaponry, and so this is just something they did put on the list. Again, each one, if this is used as far as like for the patrol rifle, there is penal codes, California Penal Code 33220B. The officers have to follow the penal codes, both the state and the federal and the local laws governing using a rifle, police rifle, for a public safety incident. It's also covered in Marina policies 300, use force, 312 firearms, and 424, rapid response deployment. Again, when the city council, or if the city council approves the ordinance, that will be included, the applicable laws in the Lexipol, in our policy, and we use Lexipol for our policy manual. So we carry the AR-15, and that's just the style of patrol rifle. We also carry a Colt M4, and then we also have a Bushmaster XM15-E2S. They are basically the same type of weapon, patrol rifle. It's what they call an AR-15 style weapon. The reason we have 3 separate ones is just over the years, the Marina Police Department has acquired these weapons. We don't usually come in and buy 15 patrol rifles at one time. It's one rifle here, one rifle there, because of the small size of the agency. And we only buy them as patrol rifle either becomes non-functional or becomes obsolete, and then they become replacement rifles. Every officer that's on patrol does carry a patrol rifle in their vehicle. They're in a locked gun release, quick release cage type thing. It's an arm that locks it in. So they can't just be taken out of a car. You literally would have to steal the patrol car and then break the lock on the patrol car. And again, patrol rifles, they are very specific about when you can deploy patrol rifles in a public safety incident. We also carry a 40 millimeter, or we have a 40 millimeter single shot launcher with a collapsing stock. And a collapsing stock just means that you can fold the weapon, so it's easier to store in a police vehicle. Hold on. We have 2, and we're ordering an additional 4. This is pretty standard equipment that's carried in police cars that's rarely deployed. They're used for special, for riot type situations, but they're also used for, you have to remember that we don't have a full-time special response unit. And so many of our officers are, as an additional duty, they're part of this team or they're part of another sort of team. So these are just carried in the car, because when there's an emergency, you can't say, okay, everybody back to the station so we can assign you this thing. Minutes, seconds count when you're dealing with emergency situations. Again, the policies that when officers can use it or can't use that are listed, will be listed in the Lexipol policy, and they've been up on our website for probably over 30 days now. I don't have the exact date, but it's been it meets the criteria, and it's been longer because we were trying to go to city council a couple weeks ago and had to do some rewrites on some of this, and so we're before you today. The 40 millimeter less lethal launchers carry what they call kinetic energy munitions, and they're intended as a less lethal use of force option. In other words, this is a weapon that we can use. This is a tool that we can use that in certain circumstances, we don't have to use lethal force, such as a handgun or a rifle. And I talked to somebody earlier today, and I'll give you an example that you might have a man with a knife call, where you're maybe surrounded him. The person is not a danger to the public. He's not going to escape right away, but he still is a danger because he has a knife. This would be the type of weapon that you might, deploy a sponge round at this gentleman or one of the rubber bullets to make him drop the knife without putting the public in harm, putting the officers in harm, and also without seriously injuring the suspect because otherwise your only options would be to shoot him, and that's not a good scenario to be in. In fact, our industry has been attacked for and a lot of bad press for officers who have done that, and then people saying, you should have used something like this, a shot launcher. We also have another 40 millimeter launcher. This is a multi-shot launcher. So instead of just one sponge or rubber bullet or kinetic bullet at a time, this one carries, several rounds that can be, as you can see, it carries I believe 4 rounds. So that you don't have to keep reloading it. So the department has 2 of the Pen Arms 40 millimeter multi-shot launchers, and those are in our armory, I believe. Those are not something that's normally just carried in the trunk of a weapon. You would use a multi-launch launcher, and you'd have more time knowing that you had to deploy this type of weapon. We also carry we have a bolo wrap. This falls under it. Again, this is an example of it because it shoots something out of it. It's a kinetic energy weapon. We have to list this. This is something that actually shoots out a rope, a very thin rope, a Kevlar rope, which is it's a very strong material. That's what officers' vests are actually made of. The bulletproof vest are made out of Kevlar. And what this thing does is it shoots it out for non-compliant individuals, and it's the rope that just wraps around them, and hopefully you can take the suspect into custody with minimal use of force. I don't know if we've even ever used the bolo wrap, but we do have them in our arsenal, so we have to list them. So that is the, let me stop share. So that is a picture and is a description of currently of the pieces of equipment that the City of Marina Police Department has in its inventory that's required to report to you under AB 481. Moving forward, when you look at the use of the ordinance itself, again, that's been listed on our website probably for a good 40 days at least. Those are things that fall under those 15 items. If you adopt this ordinance this evening, as we move forward, every year annually, the police department's required to have a town hall meeting or some type of meeting where we report what we've used during the year. And a short synopsis of why we used it. Moving forward, we would have to, any additional purchases of equipment, we would have to ask for permission from the city council to purchase the equipment prior to the purchase under this ordinance. With that, are there any questions?
All right, let's go to Council Member Lisa Berkeley first.
Thank you, and thank you, Tina, for the detailed and excellent presentation. I appreciate knowing more of what we have in seeing the visuals as well as reading it in the staff report. My first question for you is that, and actually really my only question at the moment is that you said that the cities are required to list all of the military equipment that we have. Is that list public or accessible to the public?
Yes, the law actually requires us, so in the handout, if you go to your packages, besides the draft copy of the ordinance, or maybe we didn't have it in the draft copy of the ordinance, as an addenda to the Lexipol policy. I'm looking for it. Draft. There you go. Exhibit C in your package. It's page 70 for what I'm looking at. I don't know what it is in your package. That will be included in our manual, which is posted for the public.
Okay. And it'll be like posted on the website, etc.
That's correct. All agencies have to post their manual on websites, which we do. And so if you guys approve this ordinance, the policy change will be made, and this will be included in the policy.
Okay, terrific. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Nieto. That was a very good synopsis. And Lisa, you asked my question having to do with where this information would live. But I do have another question. Understanding that the policy behind this is probably having more along the lines to do with addressing the militarization of our police departments. What occurs, and is there what occurs when other jurisdictions may come in and use these types of devices? I'm thinking a mutual aid call. I'm thinking, should something occur where you need to deploy other resources, social unrest, any kind of thing like that? I didn't see anything in this, in the legislation and what the background that you provided that gave a case scenario. So can you kind of address if it's outside our control, and is there a need to have any kind of agreements with other organizations to know what they have and what they might bring to the table?
So in talking with other cities, everybody's handling it different. Because again, I understand why the legislation moved in this direction. However, there was not a lot of guidance other than here's what we want you to do, but we're not sure how you're supposed to do it. There are actually some cities who are not even going in front of their city council. They've interpreted it that this only falls under 1033 equipment. We as a city decided to take a much broader view of it, that if anything even seems like it falls under it, we're going to report it. So moving forward, should another city come in under a mutual aid type of agreement, should they use something that falls under the 15 items that are listed in this ordinance, we would report it out in our annual report. A lot of cities are just going to be doing just Excel spreadsheets. I'm sure at some point, some software company will say, hey, I'm going to sell you this so you can track these things. But again, this is so new. We may get more direction as our state moves forward on, no, we want this. So this is our best guesstimate working with our legal department.
Thank you for that. And here's another one that just kind of occurred to me with the Bearcat being in our name, so to say, on title. Is there a certain kind of liability that comes with that? And can you address how usually that might work? I mean, obviously, when you have mutual aid calls, everybody brings what they have, but us having the liability of this Bearcat, does that put us in any other category? How does it affect any kind of liability with us?
Well, it doesn't give us any extra liability. The Bearcat is purchased through what we call UWASI funds. And so it's purchased, and it's actually, we hold the title as a city. However, it's owned by the entire county. So all the agencies in the county technically have access to it. In this case, the Bearcat is assigned to our special response unit, which is a joint unit throughout the peninsula. It's made up of all the peninsula agencies, and we have an MOU for that team.
Thank you for explaining that. That's all I have.
Okay, and just to clarify where we are on the agenda, We are supposed to be on the consent agenda, but you'll notice our first hearing item is to hear this matter. So Bob Rathy, can you get us on the right track? We were planning to give this presentation anyway, but it's a
Right.
little confusing to have it, the ordinance on the consent agenda.
Right,
before.
the ordinance will be pulled from the consent agenda because it will require a roll call vote. And as the note to the L1 says, the introduction of the ordinance will follow the presentation, which the chief has just made, and also the public hearing when we can have an opportunity to hear from the public on this. One of the issues under AB 481 was the legislation really provides for a great deal of public transparency in this matter.
So is the correct thing to do at this point to take a break and approve the consent calendar? Or should we continue and open a public hearing on this matter since it's fresh on people's minds?
I think the thing to do would be, you could go ahead and approve the consent calendar without this item, pulling this item, and then since we've had the presentation from the chief, the next thing would be to open the public hearing, hear from the public, and then bring the introduction of the ordinance back to the council after you've had an opportunity to hear from the public.
Okay, Kathy, can you hold your comments until just after we do the consent? Okay, I can read your lips, and I hear in your lips saying yes.
Well, I was going to make the motion to approve the consent agenda with pulling this one item until, yes.
Second, does any member of the public have any comments on the consent agenda that does not include the topic we just heard a presentation about? And I know, Margarita, you've had your hand up, and I doubt it's for this purpose. But at this time, Margarita, we just want to know if you have any questions about the minutes of the council meetings that are the bulk of the consent agenda, or the accounts payable, the rejection of a claim. Go ahead, Margarita. Okay, you're good to go, Margarita. We might be having technical difficulties. So let's move ahead with the roll call vote, please. Anita?
Member Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, so now back to the military equipment policy. Kathy, did you have any questions on the presentation we've seen? Go ahead.
Yes, I did. Thank you. First, let me say sort of my journey through this policy, and I want to say it because perhaps people in the public might have also had this experience. And we have entertained aspects of this policy before the council before, but I naively assumed that we did not have military style equipment. So for me, discussing this policy was kind of like it was mandated. So regardless of our use of it, we had to approve the policy. And then when I saw the list in Exhibit C, it was quite alarming because I didn't understand what Chief Niauto has just said, is that so many of the things on this list are things that we've already been using for 20 years. And it's a matter of how it was defined. So even things like this, the bolo wrap, what's it called? That seems completely not anything that I would have ever considered any military equipment, and yet it's on this list. So for me, I have come really full circle in being alarmed at what people might call the militarization of our police force. And I honestly, I don't think that is any way, shape, or form the proper description for what this policy is, at least for Marina. Maybe in other jurisdictions, they have that intent to go in that direction, but I certainly don't feel that in our list. And in particular, some of these things, I've never really even touched a gun. So for me to see pictures of these things, and I didn't understand the difference between semi-automatic and automatic rifles. And so it had a very different connotation as a layperson. And so I want to just say to the public who may have had some of those similar feelings that this is not what our worst fears are about. Are we trying to become military in our police forces? So I just want to clarify that. We have to be able to adequately protect our police officers. We have to be able to protect the public. So these things are necessary. These things are things that we have to invest in. But for me, for example, I don't understand all of the equipment, and so it would be very difficult for me to make an assessment. But maybe Chief Nieto, you could give us some ideas about this. When is it a balance for what a city of our size and our experience? What are the necessary types of equipment, given that we can afford it? Obviously, you know, if we had unlimited budget for this, we could, you know, highly specialize. But given our budget, given our size, what is sort of the time and place to say that this is adequate for us versus going further, in which people might start feeling like, gee, are we over-arming ourselves because of all the things that are going on nationwide and all of the trends in basic violence and more public access to automatic weapons and stuff. So when can we understand the balance between what we need, what we can afford, and where it might be going over maybe into an excess for fears of needing more, not actually based on what we actually might need by some kind of standard. I don't even know the standard. So if you could just expound on that a little bit, I think I would really appreciate it.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to give you an example of the patrol rifles. Patrol rifles came about after the North Hollywood shootout, a lot of the school shootings, because quite honestly, even with our SRU unit, which is a SWAT type unit, SWAT is not a viable option for most small cities. They can't afford to have a super specialized unit just because of the number of officers, the cost to keep them trained, and to have them ready. So training after North Hollywood shootout, after a lot of the shootings at our schools, unfortunately, we're seeing far too many mass casualty events, such as in Sacramento. But going back, 25 years, 30 years ago, they started training officers to immediately move and engage armed perpetrators. You can't do that when your armed perpetrators are carrying high-powered weapons and you're not. That is just putting the public in danger. It's putting officers in danger. So in the absence of having these high-capacity type rifles to be able to counteract what the bad guys were doing and the high-risk situations that officers are called on again and again are called to, without, for example, the patrol rifle, that puts us at a very distinct disadvantage where an officer could get killed, but not just the officer getting killed, but more innocent bystanders would probably be killed because the perpetrator would continue on their rampage. And so in addition, the body armor that officers carry or that they wear is designed for a certain type of weapons. So again, if a armed suspect has these high-powered capacity type weapons, law enforcement is at a very, very distinct disadvantage with the advent of ghost guns and the ghost rifles that we're seeing. And this is a big problem in the United States, including we're seeing them in Marina and our peninsula area, Seaside, Monterey. We really are at a disadvantage if you were going to take this tool away. So the balance, though, is that if we're going to give these tools to our officers, we need to make sure that they're trained. If you look at the policy, it includes how much training that each officer has to have in order to use these weapons, such as a handgun. They have to qualify. They have to have so many hours of training in order to use this weapon, so that there's no accidents or nobody is hurt like an innocent bystander. And quite frankly, high-powered rifles and weapons continue to be the choice for violent offenders, that law enforcement officers are going against. So for example, the patrol rifle, I got to tell you, this is something that you can't say we don't want to carry this. You would just really, I don't know how law enforcement would do it for the patrol rifle. The other things for Marina, we don't carry a lot of this stuff. I do agree that the militarization of police departments was not occurring in this peninsula. It was not occurring in many of the agencies in California. There are exceptions. It was occurring elsewhere in the nation. Again, these laws, when you say military style equipment, you have to remember that the legislators decided we're going to define this as military style equipment with no good explanation. And that's why some of the cities are saying, well, they really only meant the 1033 stuff, because if you read 1033, it talks about the military style equipment. But our state decided to go deeper and be more restrictive, and AB 481 came as a result. As far as the balance, technology is always changing. I'm sure this law is going to change as time goes on. 20 years from now, the patrol rifle might be obsolete, and we're going to have something else. And the law may change again. The money wise, we have to have certain things, I think, to do our job safely, to keep the officers safe, to keep the public safe. So I don't think there's anything on the list that I would say, we need to get rid of this. This is silly. And as far as adding things to it, I can tell you as the chief of police, I'm not going to add a tank to our arsenal. I'm not going to add grenade launchers to our arsenal because we're civilian police. We aren't the military. And so again, this is a label that the legislators decided to put on this equipment, because to me, this equipment is actually civilian policing equipment. Is how I would have defined it before the law.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And I completely see it, and I completely agree. And the law in some ways did us a favor, because people like me who never have even really seen pictures of some of these weapons, and it's a matter of me getting used to it and seeing it and hearing more about it and understanding it more makes me less afraid and much more accepting and understanding its purpose. Whereas before, I really thought we didn't have these military equipment. And so I went from, complete naivete to now understanding and really appreciating getting this kind of exposure to the kind of equipment that the police actually need and have to have. So thank you very much. And for all your services of you and all your officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy and Chief. Chief, several of these items you mentioned we don't use. And then you used the example of tanks and grenade launchers that you yourself would hopefully never start to use. But what would occur if you decided to use something we don't currently have, or if your successor in the future decided to use something we don't currently have? Does it need to come back to council before it's added to our arsenal?
Yes, that's correct. I know that one of the things behind this legislation was just transparency of the police department, because the public doesn't understand, or most of the public doesn't understand what is involved in policing. Because quite frankly, we put up the smile with the puppy pictures on Facebook, and you don't see, the parts that cause trauma to officers, that cause trauma to our communities. So the transparency part, I agree with that piece of it. So moving forward, whether it's me or it's the next police chief or anything that they add, if it falls under these categories, that before the agency purchases it or uses it, they would have to come to city council. And they would not just come to city council saying, I want to buy this thing. You know, I would ask that the city council would say, okay, just as we've listed it, it's got to go into the policy. So you have to look at what are the laws behind it, what kind of training are your officers going to get. So there is a cost and there's work to be done to add stuff moving into the future. So who knows? You could have a city council that says, yeah, we want a tank, and you know, you have the power to do that. But you also have the power to say, nope, that is not what our city wants. So we're not going to allow you to add that to your inventory of equipment.
Right. So thank you very much. Let's start our public hearing now and invite the public to comment. Margarita, if you want to comment on this, please raise your hand along with anyone else. You each have up to 4 minutes should you wish to speak. We'll give everyone a couple moments to raise their hand. And let's start off with Elizabeth Billingsley. Welcome back, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Chief Nita, I'd like to congratulate you for your police department, first of all. And this was very educational to me to see what you guys have. I didn't see any military equipment in your arsenal there, like, you know, like tanks and stuff like that. So thank you for that. And thank you to your police officers, the same thing. And I got really scared the other night, but 5 minutes to midnight, my telephone rings and tells me that the little girl was found. My heart stopped. First of all, who's calling me at 5 minutes to midnight, you know? Wake me up. But thank you, and I'm happy that that child was found. Thank you so much for your service. Bye, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support the police chief in the presentation. I really appreciate all the information. I really don't envy the chief, the police department, and actually now you, the city council, for making these really tough decisions that balance, you know, the personal safety of the public with the personal safety of law enforcement officers. But I think this really comes down to optics. I think some of you will remember in 2014 when the militarization of Peninsula police departments kind of became controversial when Delray Oaks acquired an MRAP from Kuwait. I'm not sure if they still have that vehicle or if in fact they've really ever used it. But some would argue the department and the city suffered from that decision. I know I still think about it quite a bit. So again, I do support the presentation, but I do encourage us also to remember this is about optics. And, you know, I think some of the reasons that AB 481 was written was when we saw a lot of these peaceful protests over the last couple of years, there were some real questions about the kinds of equipment that was being deployed. And I think I'm glad to see that we are implementing a policy that helps dictate in the future when these peaceful protests occur, you know, really what can and can't be used. I still have just a little bit of concern around the area of mutual aid. And I say that because ideally, right, we, the city of Marina, would dictate if we are going to loan out military equipment, how that equipment is used. And likewise, we, the city of Marina, if we are going to receive mutual aid, we would dictate how that military equipment is used. But if everybody took that stance, it just doesn't work because not everybody can decide how something's going to be used, right? So again, a little bit of concern still regarding how that all plays out in the future. And I don't think those are questions that necessarily have to be answered today, but I think they're questions that have to start being discussed today. You know, when we receive equipment, exactly what are the stipulations of how that mutual aid company can use that equipment. And likewise, when we're loaning out this vehicle that if we have title to it, I would think we get to dictate if we choose to how that's used elsewhere. I would hate to see the vehicle that we own get used in a way that the general public at large doesn't approve of. So again, more just kind of some thoughts rather than some real questions or concerns, but I really do appreciate the presentation and I thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Brian. And Tina, maybe after public comment, you can comment on Brian's comments about liability and giving our equipment to another jurisdiction. But for now, let's go to Margarita Tai Nguyen. Hello, Margarita. All right, Margarita, we don't hear you. There you go. Can you speak now? We should hear you. She's probably feeling quite frustrated on her end, but we can't hear you, Margarita, so we'll move on and we will come back to you as soon as other speakers have spoken. Let's for now go to Jeffrey Markham. Thank you, Jeffrey, and for your email in advance.
Yes, thank you. I went through a very similar journey as Mayor Pro Tem Biala did of relative alarm about the definition of some of the equipment. And I really appreciate Police Chief Nieto's presentation because it cleared a lot of that up. I'm not nearly as concerned, and I'm particularly happy that that equipment in the future will go through City Council. I did have one question that is probably more a legal question about exigent circumstances where the policy could be suspended, and if somebody could address that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll address that question as soon as we're finished with public comment. For now, let's go to Tommy. Thank you, Jeffrey. Let's go to Tommy. Hello, Tommy Balea, and welcome back. If you could unmute, Tommy.
Hello.
We can hear you. Hi.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the police on doing good work there with the missing child. She was found. Looks like you guys did a fantastic job on that, coordinating. Unbelievable job. Really good. Hey, you got this equipment? I'm assuming we have it now. What the police chief? I'm assuming we have it now or we're going to get it, but it sounded like we have it now. I say, hey, let's be proactive, not reactive. That's what I say. I think just on the last couple of things I saw on the internet as far as the arrests that were made by the police, unbelievable. I think there's more than that, what's going on. I think we have to take Marina or else we're going to lose it. And we don't want to do that. This is the final frontier. We can't go west. There ain't no going west. This is it. And I think we need to have the right equipment. I think we have the right people. It sounds like training was mentioned a couple of times. That's good. Let's be proactive. I'm really surprised there maybe on another agenda item there wasn't much on for fire, but we need to support them as well too. They've got tasks. The city's growing, and statistically,
Tommy, let me interrupt you, Tommy. Please keep your comments now to the military equipment topic before us.
Okay. Yeah, if we need it now, and I say let's get it. And if we have it, I say I don't have no problem with it. Because just on the last couple of arrests that were made, if we don't have our police protected and can arm and protect themselves, then we don't want that. We want to be proactive and we want to be ready. We want the city to be safe as we grow. I think it's just, we just have to. I think it's a good idea. If there's training, let's do it. If there's maintenance costs, put it in the budget. But I think overall in all, we'll be ready for a city that's probably growing faster than probably any other city in the area. So I think we need it now, not later. And I think that's all I have for this evening. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My question for Tina is in regards to the mutual aid MOUs that would address the issues that Brian McCarthy brought up about, you know, when do you loan things out? But it is my understanding, and I would appreciate to know if I'm incorrect, that it's not that you're loaning things out. The equipment comes with the people that operate it. So if it's a drone, you have to have a licensed person using the drone. And so those people that are licensed to use go to the agency that's in need of those services. If the Bearcat is needed, it would come from Marina by Marina officers to wherever it was needed. I'm hoping I'm correct. And what kind of agreements are in place to ensure that that is the way that it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So we'll give everyone a couple minutes to raise your hand if you haven't spoke yet. But basically, when we get started with answering the questions, Chief Nieto, 2 or 3 speakers wanted to hear more about the mutual aid and what our liability is and how we loan out the equipment. So let's go ahead and end our public hearing at this time and turn it over to the chief to start to respond to these questions.
Again, just to let Nancy and Brian know, this question's been, we've asked this question, the chiefs with the other chiefs for 6 months now. It's been going back and forth with all our different cities and all the different legal opinions that we're getting because this is a new law. If you look at our ordinance, so let's talk about exigent circumstances, and then I'll talk about the mutual aid. So under the lexical or under the policy under 9.26.050, it says, hey, this is when it's exigent circumstances. And there's a legal definition for exigent circumstances for police officers. It's circumstances that would cause a reasonable person to believe that entry or other relevant prompt action was necessary to prevent physical harm to the officers or other persons, destruction of relevant evidence, escape of a suspect, or some other consequence. And so there's actually a legal definition for officers that we have to follow to show that it's exigent circumstances. So in that, we would never loan the equipment out to another agency. Nancy was right about that. The equipment goes with the people. So many of the cities have decided that we're going to list equipment that we have, you know, and then there's a provision written into it saying that if equipment is used that's not on your list, I have to report that, or the chief of police or whoever's doing the reporting has to report that out to the city council within 30 days of that exigent circumstance where equipment was used. And then 90 days after that, we have to amend our ordinance. This is a living document. It's an ongoing process to figure out, you know, really what the state is looking for as far as our rules and regulations and how to interpret this law. So it's an ever-changing target because it is so new. And again, it wasn't written by people that were experts in the field, but people who had concerns about, you know, the use of equipment without oversight and transparency. So our MOU with some of the cities. So let me explain something too. So another agency could still come into Marina and do a police or public safety operation. And I'll give you an example, like a search warrant. We as a city can't say you can't come into our borders. So they're going to have their own policies to report that. Unless we're part of that operation, we wouldn't report it out. And for just so the public knows, this happens more often than not. We may get notification that there's a different agency in our city, you know, doing a search warrant operation, and we're not part of that. We don't get involved in it. We don't cross tactics. We don't have a legal right to stop them from doing that. We are, you know, we're part of the state of California, and then we're part of the United States. So Marina is not just its own separate thing. But if we're involved in this an operation and a piece of equipment is used that falls under that definition, it would be reported out to the city council.
Right.
So equipment does come with the people, Nancy. That's exactly right.
Okay. So can we have a motion, please, on our agenda item here? We'll go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Do we want to close the public hearing?
I did.
You did, okay.
Go ahead, David.
Could we continue the discussion for just a few more minutes before we go to an actual motion. I want to thank the police chief for her presentation this evening. It's no question that the police department has every right and expectation to protect themselves in the observance of their duties. However, and this is not the time for this, but I would like, Chief, if you would be so amenable at a future date and time, just as you detailed the weaponry that the Marina arsenal contains, that you would shed some light on the training that the officers receive in terms of de-escalation, deconfliction, and other methodologies that you've used to make sure that the use of deadly force, and maybe even detail your deadly force rules, which I have observed, and I think the public needs to be made aware of. I think they are reasonable and will definitely protect our city, but I would hope that at some future point in time, you would agree to come back to us and talk about the training that the officers have received, talk about the use of force rules and guidelines. And if another agency is involved in our city in serving a warrant, and I don't want to get too deep into the woods on this, but I understand California does not allow no-knock warrants, and that they are not served in our community. But I would hope that such use of manpower in our jurisdiction would be under some kind of scrutiny. So those are my comments about this evening's ordinance presentation. Thank you.
Let's move to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was going to make a motion, but before I make a motion, let me make a comment. And that I think that what Councilmember Burnett is saying is really important, because I know that we've talked about the de-escalation policies, and then when force is needed. And it would be nice to then sort of talk about the decisions of when to use these kinds of weapons. I don't think that those two things have been kind of merged. It's like, when you said that we really don't use the netting apparatus very much, and I'm thinking that might be a really good thing to use in my way of thinking, but I wouldn't know when you try de-escalation. At what point in the training do you instruct on which weapons to use, for example? And so that might be kind of fused in using this policy and also the de-escalation training that I know that you have brought forth to the council before. But having said that, I do want to make the motion. And I motion to adopt the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Marina adopting a military equipment policy and adding Chapter 9.26 to Title 9, Public Peace, Morals, and Welfare of the Marina Municipal Code to adopt a military equipment use ordinance.
I'll second.
And if I could just clarify the motion, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, this is a motion that would introduce this ordinance. The ordinance will come back to you for a second reading.
Got it. Okay, so let's change it to motion to introduce the ordinance.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm the second holds.
And Bob, do we go back to the consent agenda? Were we to vote affirmatively on this and do anything with the way it's listed in the consent agenda when we pulled it off the consent agenda?
We pulled it off the consent agenda for a roll call vote.
All right.
On the introduction.
All right. So let's go back to public comment, because Denise Turley had her hand up late and we didn't get to her. And anyone else that hasn't yet spoken, now would be the time. Bob, if people have spoken during public hearing, can they speak now?
No, if they've spoken during the public hearing, that would be their comment.
Okay. So Denise, go ahead and let's hear what your thoughts are tonight.
A big thank you to Tina and her team. and for this presentation. Very interesting. My only concern is, as Tina was very careful to detail out, we don't want to give too much of their tactics away. In that too much knowledge of their tactics could possibly be dangerous to officers. I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, so let's come back to City Council. And if we can, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Anita. Have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. And to all the work that went into this, and Tina, you had to be prepared for the presentation and the questions. Really appreciate the thorough approach that we've seen tonight. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. And before I turn off my screen, I just want to do a shout out also to Commander Anderson, who was out for the search of the child, helping oversee the command post. He also went out that evening, and I know they talked about Sergeant Cox, and I was out there, but so was Commander Anderson. He was a big part of the team.
Yeah, and Chief, before we get off, I'd just like to express my thanks also to Rick Janicki on your administrative staff, because he soldiered through this ordinance, and I know it gave him, I won't say a few sleepless nights, but it was a piece of legislation that really took some attention to get through.
Yeah, I will pass on the thanks, and I probably made Rick crazy too with, hey, add this, now add that. So, but thank you. I'll pass that on.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Yeah,
Mayor, can I clarify something? So what I heard was there may be an interest in coming back, either another council meeting or a special meeting to make a presentation on our de-escalation and use of force and other such things. I want to be sure that that was something the council wanted, and if so, we'll try to put that together and bring that back in a couple months.
It was two parts. That was one part, and the other part was kind of a summary of the training that we have the officers receive for these types of equipment, and then how they know when to use which piece.
Okay, we'll definitely do that. One thing I would like to make you aware of in relationship to the training is we're part of a joint powers authority for our insurance in the city on the liability end, on the workers' comp end. And obviously that pool is very interested in our police procedures and training and policies. And so there's another level. They just completed a complete audit of our police policies and procedures and training to make sure they're up to date. And then we have another insurance carry up above that level that does the same thing. And so there are multiple levels that are reviewing our policies and our procedures and our training, because if we don't get it right, we definitely will open this up for liability. So I just want to make you aware there are a lot of other eyes that are looking at us and making sure that we're complying with state law and the best practices.
Thank you, Lane. So we have three public hearing items. They're very similar. Each of the three regard a different landscape maintenance and assessment district. So we're going to begin with Cypress Cove. After that vote, we'll go to Seabreeze district. After that vote, we'll end with the Monterey Bay Estates district. But for now, let's go to the first of three districts regarding Cypress Cove. And Edri de los Santos has walked us through this process for several years now. Edri, hello, welcome back, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Edri de los Santos, Engineering Division for the City of Marina. Like the mayor said, our landscape districts once a year has an evaluation by the engineering division, and we create what's called an engineer's report. What that does is evaluates the cost of the district and what the district collects in terms of special tax revenue, and then assesses whether or not the assessment needs to change for the next fiscal year. So that's what we're going to summarize tonight in a presentation, which I will start now and turn off my video so there's no lag. Okay. So for the Cypress Cove Engineers Report, sorry about that. For the Cypress Cove 2 Engineers Report summary, There we go. The district it contains about 2 acres of landscaping, about 70 plus cypress trees, retaining walls. The district was formed in 1987. For a quick history, after it was constructed, the assessment that we currently have of $180.78 was attained in 2004, and for the last 18 years, we haven't changed the assessment. Even though cost of living and cost of construction has increased, average house income and cost has also increased, we are able to keep the maintenance of the district going. The way we've done this is by every year, we have our contract arborist review all the trees in the district, and then we assess what trees we can actually accomplish in terms of maintenance. We either trim the trees, we limb them if limbs are found dead, or remove them completely if they pose a danger to the public for public safety. So as in the last 4 years, we're able to take care of all the trees within the district. I believe we removed about 40 dead, and we still need to replace some down trees that we've had in the last few years as well. In this year, we were able to trim about 6 to 8 trees away from the utility lines. You can see them overlapping the utility lines in the picture on the left. On the right, you can see that we were able to clear them out. We had some additional trees trimmed due to resident concerns and call-outs from residents. An arborist met with some concerned residents regarding tree trimming and some additional items in the district as well. At last year's public hearing, as requested by our city council and residents, staff began the process of gathering costs for proposed improvements that the residents have asked for over the years from the contractor. We walked the site with the contractor. We discussed the different material costs. Material costs right now are really high, and we adjusted the cost a bit. We went to all the district homes, sent invitations to have an open discussion of expectations, what improvements they would like to see, what goals they would like to gather, and we really made a wish list regarding additional maintenance or improvements residents would like to see. At that meeting, we had a very small turnout, and the small turnout just had a very small list of improvements they would like to see, really centered around replacement of trees that were lost in the 2017 storm event on Cardoza. But after the meeting, we're able to take this list, take the costs associated with all of the improvements that they were proposing and all the work, and really evaluate whether a Prop 218 ballot process was necessary. We looked to legal counsel for recommendations, and what they had was the cost of doing a Prop 218 ballot at this time really didn't meet the needs of the district, as you'll see what the costs are in a second. So at this time, the proposed assessment for today, as it was 18 years ago, stays the same. It can cover the cost of the tree replacement over the next 2 fiscal years. The first year will replace the 35-year-old backflow preventer. What this thing does, it's a mechanism that prevents water from the district to flow backwards into the city's main water system in the roadway, and will prevent contamination of the main water system. The next fiscal year, we'll be installing temporary irrigation, planting the 4 new trees that replaced the down cypress trees previously. And then, as you can see in the budget here, our end of year budget has a very sufficient balance to handle any minor work, along with the proposed work that we have scheduled out for these coming 2 fiscal years. That is, in a nutshell, what we accomplished through our engineer's report. If you have any questions for any of our districts, you could email that email address, call our main phone line. The city website actually has specialized web pages for each district, and you can actually click on the little icon there for updates to what's happening in your district. Open to any questions.
Andrew, my only question is, how did you find such a really good format for a presentation? That was one of the best, easiest to digest presentations I think I've ever seen. I just loved it. How'd you come up with that?
Brian and I just continue to discuss, okay, how could we simplify this in a digestible manner? Yeah.
Visuals.
Good teaming.
That was all Edry.
You're blaming each other for a great thing. Appreciate that. All right. Anyone else with comments before we go to the public or do a public hearing? Okay, let's go to the public hearing on this Cypress Cove Landscape Maintenance District matter. I don't know why Nancy wants to talk. She
Hey,
never
Edric,
talks.
can I get you to drop the screen, please?
All right, Nancy.
Thank you.
I was gonna make an ill-advised joke, but let's just hear from Nancy Amadeo. Thank you, Nancy, for all your effort on this.
Thank you. My husband also wishes to speak when I'm done, if that's all right.
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. One of the things that wasn't mentioned tonight, it's in your staff report, is that due to the Landscaping Lighting Act of 1972, there's a requirement that the improvements that were required at the time be maintained. Well, all of the acacia trees are gone and they haven't been replaced. And just along Abdi, I counted 8 trees. The 4 trees that are being replaced, there were 15 along Cardoza that came down. There were also numerous trees along Beach that came down. The trees along Abdi have not been maintained in at least 15 years in any way. We talk about cutting limbs off of the lines, which is a requirement of AT&T, and they literally just come by and chop them off so that they're no longer on the line, leaving the tree unbalanced, not properly pruned, not properly maintained. And if I can screen share, is that possible? I can show you what was done to the tree behind my house that I was worried about coming down on our home in a heavy wind, because all of the weight of the tree was over our yard and our next door neighbor's yard. And what they did was they came out and they removed all the limbs to the trunk, almost to the top of the tree. There's about 10 feet left at the very top of the tree. I'm getting promoted to a panelist. Okay.
Now you can share your screen, Nancy.
No, I have to stop sharing mine, so the clock's going to stop.
Stop sharing.
So are you, well, I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
try again. And
Nancy, you got 2 minutes.
okay, my picture disappeared. I don't know where it went. I'm going to try it again. There it is. So that is what the tree looks like now.
We don't see it.
Moved over my yard. Can you see it?
No.
Mr. Mayor, can you see the photo?
No.
Okay, I'm not getting screen share, I guess. But all the limbs are removed over our yard. All of them to the trunk, which means they will never grow back. Now all of the weight is on the west side of the tree, because remember, the Abdi side gets cut off because of the AT&T lines. These trees have not been maintained. They don't meet the requirement of the 1972 Lighting and Maintenance Act. Trees not replaced do not meet that. To say we're going to replace 4 when we're missing about 40 trees is not maintaining it. And we didn't just have trees. When this started out, we had all kinds of plantings. Along Abdi, we had grasses planted and they get weed whacked down. But along Cardoza, we had shrubs, we had ground cover plants, we had all kinds of plants. Now we only have trees. There's a steep slope on the southwest side of Cardoza that only has trees and therefore no roots to hold the soil in. And guess what happens? It slides down onto the sidewalk. It is not being maintained. And to try and do today what you did on $2,004 is about the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Try and run the city on the budget you had in 2004. Try and hire people for what you paid in 2004. You cannot do it. So why should we be suffering the consequences because your engineer says, oh, this'll do it. This is enough to maintain when it hasn't been maintained all along. To say I'm angry is to put it mildly. By the way, wasn't at the meeting. We had guests. I would have loved to have been there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My husband is available now.
Thank you, Nancy. And before Dan, you begin, I think there's a lot to this where we would love to afford it, but the increase through the 218 process, we have not been very successful with the residents of the various districts in the city for various reasons, not voting in favor. And so I think that's one of the considerations that staff always has to keep on in their thought process. But Dan Amadeo, welcome and good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good. How are you?
Well, I have a couple of questions. First of all, you don't know anything about a 218 unless you try it, and you haven't tried it. So I don't know who's making the decision about past history. I think the people around here will look around and say, well, if the assessment is sufficient for now, how come it's in the condition it's in? So I think a little selling would help. But I have a specific question to, I guess, E.G. I guess he's the guy in charge. Why on earth is this landscape district paying for maintenance of property that the city owns? Everything from the Fire Road to the east, southeast, or whatever direction that is city property. And yet in your assessment, the landscape district is paying for something the city owns. That makes no sense to me. In fact, it's almost inane, because if the city paid for paying for their property, that would free up some money maybe to do some of this stuff. And the $3,000 or whatever is projected into the large tree trimming, I guess it's actually next fiscal year, not this fiscal year, that might cover 2 or 3 trees. Right, 2 or 3 trees, that's what it's gonna do. And when we got an assessment, because I was getting ready to pay for it, but I said, no, I'm gonna have my insurance company deal with the city if that's necessary, was almost $4,000. And that was for 1 tree, just to thin it out, trim it up, top it off, and make it right. And now if any of you members of the council would come out here and just walk the Abney side, forget beach, that's even worse, but you'll see that because these trees hasn't been thinned out and pruned for so long, there's no sun getting into them. So now they're getting covered with lichen. And the one thing for sure that will kill a tree is lichen. So that's why these trees need to be thinned out and pruned up. That's why you should try for a 218. Now, I already know the answer to the 218 is the city doesn't want to spend the money to do it. Well, you know what? Then don't do it. But then the city will face potential liabilities for not getting these trees squared away. And you're really not doing it. Now, I know Idri's only one guy and he can only do so much. And quite frankly, just so I don't want to find out like I'm beating up on him, they have done some things lately. They finally tore down that decorative fence that we've complained about for over 5 years. Well, it's neither decorative nor is it safety because it's not there anymore. They finally cleared out an acacia tree on the side of Abney that was a great place for the homeless guys to sleep. I can't tell you how many times I've walked my dog down there and some guy climbs out from behind the tree and asks for a cigarette or money or whatever he was looking for, which I gave him, by the way. So again, just to be short and sweet, the current assessment over time, I don't know how many years this would be, maybe we'll pay for it, but you really need to figure out a way to generate more money, even if you use general fund, because at some point in time, these trees will become a public safety hazard. And I know my insurance company, my neighbors know their insurance company. It's on you, it's not on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. And let's go to Elizabeth Billingsley. Welcome back, Elizabeth.
Where'd you go? Is that all?
Oh, somebody tell her she's muted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but my screen, it says lower hand, so raise hand, lower hand. I didn't have my hand up.
Okay, well, have a nice evening. Maybe we'll hear from you later. Okay, so let's go. Let's give everyone a moment to raise your hand if you haven't spoken already.
Rich and Sid to call in.
I can't find Nancy Amadeo to mute her.
Jesus
We do hear you, Dan and Nancy, so don't say anything too unpleasant.
She's been promoted to panelist.
Aha. That's why. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and close public comment and we'll go to Christina. Well, before we go to Christina Medina Dirksen, let's get to some of these questions.
Okay.
Let's go backwards. Nancy or Dan asked, why is the district paying for work that's getting done on city property?
All landscape districts are on city property. They are not owned by the individual homeowners. When the districts are made, when the subdivision is made, those portions of right-of-way are dedicated into the landscape district. So all the trees, all the landscaping, all the retaining walls, everything is in city property.
Is there any city property outside the landscaping district that the district is paying for in regards to maintenance?
No. You know, the contractor, before taking on the contract, we walk the site to help make them understand what the limits are.
And I might add that, you know, they're probably referring to the percolation lot in that subdivision, which handles the drainage for the subdivision itself.
Okay, and I didn't write down a question from Nancy. I may have neglected one, but her basic thrust that I remember was that we're not maintaining this the way we're not maintaining it. We're doing some work, but we're not keeping the trees, keeping the shrub cover, keeping the ground cover the way that it was. Can you respond to that, please, Idri?
The actual intent of the meeting in February and the intent of our whole process since our last meeting was to gather the general consensus of the district, because as you pointed out, if a Prop 218 is to exist, and we've done Prop 218s in the past where two districts have dissolved and one district had to reduce their services. We'll talk about that later tonight. So in order to get the general consensus or the 50+1 vote, we need to understand what the district's wants are. And there were two residents of the 110 ballot or invitations that went out. We received two people, and of those two people, they were generally understood that what they're paying for is what they're getting in terms of maintenance, and they were generally okay with the maintenance. They thought that there could be some more, but they didn't believe, especially with the turnout that we had in February, that the general population of the residents in the district would pay for an increased rate.
All right. Before we move on, is there any question that anyone else wrote down that I neglected to do?
Mr. Mayor, I guess one of the questions or comments was that the city doesn't want to pay for the 218 process, and I would say that never really entered into our decision. The residents themselves would actually pay for the 218 process as an administrative cost. So that's not really in the equation. The decision was more in consultation with the legal counsel in the proposed improvements for the overlay district, that the administrative cost was 50% of the actual improvements themselves. And for a short-term, small scope, the legal counsel didn't, in their experience with the assessment districts, didn't think that that was a really good benefit to the residents in the district.
So you're saying, Brian, that they would have paid as much for the process of the 218 to increase potentially their fees, as they would have, 50% of it would have gone to actually doing the work, and 50% would have gone to the 218 process.
No, if you look at the cost of doing the work, and half of that cost would have been added on top of that to cover the administrative cost.
Of the 218 process?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So when I hear all of Nancy's and some of Dan's, it sounds like there's potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be spent to put this back to the way it was when it was new. And to do that, you'd have to increase the fees that they pay. So it seems like there's a disjunct between what really should happen to make this whole, but finding the money to do it would be unlikely, but we'd need to try if we thought it was. So I guess my question is, toward Nancy's points, what about all those trees that were lost, not replaced, and the ground cover, the shrub cover? We're not proposing to get that back, but wouldn't that be very expensive?
Certainly would be expensive. I think what we were trying to do in reaching out to the residents is try to get a sense of just how much of restoration is expected, and try to arrive at a scope of work that would be supported by the majority of the residents in the neighborhood. So that's kind of our struggle, is trying to find that forum, the right forum for the residents in that district. We had 2 people participate in the meeting that we scheduled. We had 2 different people from the district comment tonight and participate. So it's we're trying to find the right forum to get that input. Going out to a broader audience, we have a very confined audience. It's not a matter of reaching out to social media. It's just trying to find the venue where we can meet the residents in that area, in that district itself.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. Now that will be part of my district, I do have a couple of concerns here, particularly the fact that these trees were pretty much decimated. I think that this would never happen in a community like Carmel or others. Can we hold the contractors or whoever pretty much decimated the trees liable? Do we have a policy for any contractors that come into town to do work either on our behalf or on some behalf? I know we have a tree committee, but I mean, I'd like to see, clearly our community cares about our trees. I travel that section frequently. It's very sad to see. I'm sure people moved in there back in the day and it looked fantastic. We're going to have a park redo over there, and I'd like to see it beautified, or better beautification out there. So my question is twofold. One, can we or do we have a policy for anybody who comes into our town and decides to cut trees on our behalf, what they must follow? Because I can just imagine what can happen in other neighborhoods. And then the other thing is, as far as engaging neighborhoods, do you not believe maybe homeowners association? I mean, it's a luxury of a small community, maybe less than 400 homes. It's not like it's the entire city. It seems to me that it's a pretty isolated district or neighborhood. So reaching them, I don't want to be overstep or anything, but how hard is it to reach them? I know that you tried with the 2 people who came and that kind of thing. There's a church right there. I think there's other ways to really engage the community. Anyways, just going forward, I would like to see a lot more effort. And maybe Nancy can help lead that with the homeowners over there. And again, knowing that we are going to get a lot of traffic coming through because we're going to invest a lot of money in the park over there, we should at least make sure that the trees don't look sick, dying, or unbecoming of our community. We should hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Okay, Christina and everybody, this is mainly the time for questions. I'll try to do a better job of.
So the question had to do with, do we have a policy for anybody who comes into our town and is going to cut trees either on our behalf? And secondly, is there a better way Do you think we might be able to revisit this with the homeowners association or other matters to explore the 218 option? And maybe you can explain for the 16 people here what the 218 means in terms of, can you explain that? We know what it means, but maybe some people here don't. We're talking inside baseball. So if you can explain that, thanks.
Brian and Edry, I want to appreciate you, and I know Christina and all the rest of us do, for how hard you did work to reach out to all those people. I don't know that we've reached out to every city, every home before. Maybe we have, but I think direct mail, direct communication is one important way you can do it. So thank you for what you have done. But do you want to address Christina's 3 questions?
I think I'll start out with
Freezing
firstly,
up a little
the
bit, Brian.
work that's done in.
Excuse me, Brian, you're freezing up a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'll do the best I can. That's more of a technical issue. The the contractors that do the work in the districts, they are under contract with the city, so that they're under the direction of the city per the terms of the contract. And so any work that's done under the tree, the major tree work that's done in there, for the tree trimming itself, that's done under the direction of an arborist. And Edry is more familiar and can kind of speak to that. And so I just wanted to address that first one there. As far as forming a homeowners association, that's something that the residents themselves would do. They'd have to vote to form their own homeowners association, and that's kind of up to them. There's not one that exists now that I'm aware of on top of this assessment district. And so I'm not sure, was there another question?
No, I assume that there might have been a homeowners association. I was just wondering if we can do more to engage them and revisit the 218. Can you please give everybody what the description or what the Proposition 218 mandates were?
Yeah, Edry's burned the midnight oil on this one, so I'll let him run through that real quick.
I've been through it a few times. It requires that any type of special tax assessment increase be approved by the majority of the district. And for the majority, it would be 50% of the district plus 1. So just over 50% of all the residents in the, so for 110, that would be, well, that 56 would need to vote for the assessment to pass. That's pretty much it. It's a 45-day process. It's another public hearing, much like this. We would have to count the votes in public. But in essence, it requires that the majority of the district be supportive or deny the assessment. Now, denial of the assessment runs the risk of, what are the next choices? Is it either reduction in services or dissolution of the district? That goes into a separate council meeting and decision-making process.
Thank you for that. And I know this is question time, but I just want to throw it out there for the residents of the area. Happy to talk to you more about this and advocate or continue the 218 conversation.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and motion that we adopt a resolution regarding this landscape maintenance district as reported in our staff report to keep the fee at 180.78.
Sorry, second.
We authorize the city clerk to do her work that's listed here prior to August 1st, 2022. And Lisa Berkeley is going to second that. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett, Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, we move to Seabreeze. Edry, kind of a similar issue.
Actually, quite a bit simpler. So let me share my screen again and turn off my video. So Seabreeze was created in 1996. It's about half an acre of landscaping. And it was just 5 months before the Proposition 218 was enacted. So it's right around the same time of having to create a landscape district without Prop 218 review. Thankfully, an overlay district for this specific district will not be needed. Created it in 1996. 97 was the first assessment, and at that time, the assessment was maxed at 182.42. And so since 1997, we've continued on with that assessment of 182.42 as it is today. Over the years, various improvements, removing dead trees, replacing sound wall sections have taken place. The contractor has also received recommendations for focused maintenance on areas of the district that means the most to the residents. And so we've had the contractor really help connect with the residents and focus on what they need the most. There are many still sections of the sound wall that needs replacement, and the district is gathering funds over the years to replace these panels when necessary. Again, the fund balance as shown here is adequate at its current growth rate to handle the wall panel replacements as they're required. For any updates on the districts, we always update the webpage, and should the webpage ever get updated, if you sign up for the updates, you'll get an email and text notification if you sign up for both. You could always call the Public Works Department or email us for any questions or updates you may have.
Audrey, can you go back to the first slide that had the aerial photo? And just confirm that this is across the street, across Beach Road from Walmart to the north?
Yes. Walmart's just to the south.
Did you go through the same process to get people to come to a meeting for goals assessment or not on this one?
No, not for this one, because the residents and council didn't direct regarding reviewing a Prop 218 process for this.
Okay, so the 218 review was only for Cypress Cove?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I do want to make, well, I'll make that comment when it's time. So any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment. Tommy Bolea, welcome back.
Yeah, good evening again.
Hi.
Yeah, I mean, with the winds that we've had over this year and having poor maintained trees, it is unbelievable the things that could happen. Just unbelievable. It's the perfect storm. Those trees need to be trimmed. So it's not fire fuel for a fire that could start. I mean,
Tommy, are you referring to the, excuse me for interrupting, are you referring to the trees at Cypress, at Seabreeze Maintenance District?
well, actually kind of both.
We're just, now we're limited to commenting on Seabreeze Landscape District.
Okay, then the same thing applies there too. I mean, if they're poor maintained trees, giving enough fire fuel, I mean, that's a liability. I mean, if my insurance representative would go driving by, I mean, and they do, it's a liability. Get a notice in the mail. Your insurance is canceled. We don't want that. We don't want nothing bad to happen. We want to be proactive. You got to set aside funds, or sounds like these projects have this in place, but you can't have a tree just fall and be fire fuel. I mean, it just, you have to be preventative on that, especially all the new home projects that you're doing. And this is an older housing development, but still, and I don't even want to mention what Walmart is. I don't want to go there because that is poor maintenance in there. But with the winds that we have, I mean, the fire department, our fire people that work hard, need assistance, and part of that is tree trimming, maintenance. I mean, it's just, we have strong winds. Not so much in wintertime, unless there's a storm, because the winds will blow from the east and go west. But normally winds during the summer and this time of the year is blowing from west to east. So I think on these projects and the rest of Marina, but specifically these projects, need to be a role model. I mean, insurance companies, oh my gosh, they're up, they got their walls to the back. My gosh, if they cancel my insurance policy because of maintenance of such as poor tree maintenance, you know, it's everybody's just turning their back, and it's not good. You need to be proactive, not reactive. But that's my opinion. That's the way I would run it. But you guys have a good evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tommy. And let's go to Denise Turley.
Hi, I have two questions. Which was the district that had the walls that were failing? Possibly Cypress Cove is the answer. And then the other thing too is, if I was a homeowner and I was invited to a meeting where they were going to discuss something that would impact my budget, I might choose not to go. I might choose to just not know. Then second question about this is, what is the tree committee's role in these maintenance districts? Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you for those questions, Denise. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Hello, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I probably should have asked this when you had the Cypress Cove Assessment District, but this is somewhat close in boundary to Seabreeze. My husband and I walk the beach road stretch, and we walk in front of the vernal pond. A few weeks back, I sent an email to Brian McMinn and to our police chief, Tina Nieto. I was concerned that there was a homeless encampment starting in the vernal pond area where there's some huge overgrown acacia trees. Now, I don't know if that's in a Cypress Cove district, Seabreeze district, because there's also some overgrown cypress trees at the gosh, what would that be? Sorry, I'm going blank. The west end there of Beach Road. But whose responsibility is the overgrown plant material in that vernal pond where a transient population could be setting up an encampment? Is that City of Marina? Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Can you confirm if you're on the north side of Beach Road? I suppose you are, where that vernal pool is with that little platform.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, where that I believe there's two platforms, and on one day we observed men at the back there cutting down branches. They had no work vehicles associated with them. They had no they were wearing no clothing that was linked to City of Marina employees. And then on another day, I saw a couple of men down by the vernal pond, which, you know, could be just gentlemen being curious about what's going on down at the vernal pond. But I'm more concerned that there actually might be due to the overgrowth of plant material in acacia. So I should have asked this when the Cypress Cove district was being discussed, and I apologize.
Great, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak to this matter of Seabreeze? All right, we'll close public comment and start off with, we'll go backwards. We'll start with Grace's. Is that platform vernal pool area on city property, Edry, or Cypress Cove district? City property, is it managed by the Cypress Cove Cove District or by the city separate?
The vernal,
There's a vernal pond on both sides of the street there. This one's to the north. It's more developed for people to visit on the north side of Beach Road, right across from the gas station, or a little bit to the west.
no, that's within city right of way. That's neither district.
Okay, so different issues, just, take that under advisement. We'll get back to Seabreeze now. Denise has questions. What's the tree committee role in these landscape districts?
So every time we decide or when the arborist gives us direction to remove a tree, we take that over to our planning department as to whether we need a tree removal permit. We are allowed, I believe, 3. Anything past that will require a tree removal permit that could possibly go to the tree committee. That's my understanding.
So when we have a functioning tree committee, they would get involved if there's more than 3 trees, but not less than 3 trees?
If I'm reading the ordinance correctly, yes.
Since we haven't had a tree committee function since COVID, then they haven't been involved in these assessment district matters.
I believe we would still take that to the planning commission.
Yes.
The question was about the tree committee, so that's why I was asking.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right. And then she had another, which district were the failing walls in? And maybe there's more than one, but was it Cypress Grove?
It's a sound wall, and that's within Seabreeze.
Okay, wasn't there also a problem in the past she might have been referring to at Cypress Cove?
No, the Cypress Cove CMU retaining walls are quite sturdy. They'll probably last another.
Thought we had a very expensive Cypress Cove wall issue. Maybe it's been fixed. But okay, so back to Seabreeze. So I'll make the motion that we order the levy of $182.42 to continue for the 2022-23 year and have the city clerk do her task prior to August 1st of this year.
I'll second.
Right. Anyone in the public that hasn't spoke on this matter wish to speak now? Not seeing anybody raise their hands. We'll come back and ask for a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Now we move to the similar matter of $77 for the assessment to continue at Monterey Bay Estates Lighting and Landscape District.
So this district was lighting and landscaping, meaning that it has a little over 2 acres of landscaping and about 41 street lights that are also part of the district that the district pays for.
Can you describe, Edry, the general location of this?
So North Crescent Avenue, this road, I don't know if you could see my mouse.
Yes, we can see
This
it.
road here is DeForest, here's Windy Hill Park. I think this is Costa Del Mar. No, the other Del Mar is in the area. And where the 2 traffic circles are in Crescent Avenue.
Just momentarily here. Christina Medina, do you have something?
I'm just wondering if Councilmember Burnett should recuse himself since this is his neighborhood.
I don't know that it is. Talamon, I think. Dave, are you in there?
Chosen to abstain from the vote. There's no need to recuse on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Council, legal counsel, are we okay?
It probably, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it would probably be better, David, to recuse on this matter rather than just abstaining.
Right, we don't want you to make any secret hand code signals on how we're going to vote.
Right.
All right, please proceed.
And so David had recused himself on this?
Yeah, he's turned off.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right. Brief recap again. little over 2 acres of landscaping, 41 streetlights. All the streetlights now, thank you PG&E for transferring them over to LEDs. So our utility bill for this district has gotten quite a bit lower. Created in 1989, the current assessment of $77.14 hasn't changed since 1996. Now, what that means is that we did try a Prop 218 process for this district. It did fail, and we now have reduced the number of visits and the level of maintenance to this district, but we're still able to accomplish quite a bit. Although the reduction was back in, I think, 2014, the district is still maintaining, well, in terms of public safety concerns, addressed in a timely manner. This was addressed in a day, I think. But there's still a lot to do at the district. We're hoping to tackle, for instance, sidewalk repairs coming this year with our on-call contractor. There's additional beautification along Crescent Avenue that we're going to be coordinating with the residents as to as funds become available. And as we note in our budget analysis, funds are available this coming fiscal year in 22-23 to start talking about beautification along Crescent Avenue and what the residents would like to see. So we'll be reaching out to the residents this coming fiscal year for that. As all other districts, this district also has a website. Click on the website for updates. Call us and email us for any questions you may have regarding your district.
Okay, Edry, thank you. Can you go back to that last picture you showed before the informative slide at the end?
Sure thing. I shouldn't.
There's a trip hazard in the sidewalk. So my question is, it looks like it's near the perk pond. So would that be city responsibility?
No, so this is on Crescent Avenue, and it was uplifted due to a district tree, which is why the district is going to be repairing it.
Okay, so I didn't see that in your notes about where the money's going. So is the tree root repairs part of that 3,000 for that fix?
The trees were removed. The 3,000 is to repair the blocks of sidewalk, to take it out and replace it.
Okay, so when you say tree root repairs, you mean sidewalk repairs?
In essence, yes.
Okay, all right.
Should have changed that.
Is that?
But in essence, because the sidewalks are not part of the district, but because the tree roots were creating a sidewalk issue, that's why we had to name it that way.
Okay, I'm just looking at that lift thinking that is an accident waiting to happen.
Right.
Shouldn't be laughing, but that's like, what's wrong with this picture?
I would have taken care of it.
All right. Any other questions before we go to public comment? All right. If anyone would like to comment on the Monterey Bay Estates Lighting and Landscape Maintenance District Assessment, now would be the time. And let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hi, good evening again. I just have one question. Earlier you mentioned that the streetlights were transformed to LED by PG&E. My question is, did PG&E pay for this? Did they not charge? So just one question, thank you.
All right, yeah, good question. Thank you, Elizabeth. Margarita, now we're back to your neighborhood. So I hope that we can hear from you. Margarita Tao Nguyen, go ahead. Oh, darn.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Hello. I'm excited. We can
You
finally
can hear
you.
us. Hello.
Yes.
Hi. Say hi. Say hi, Mom.
Hi, Bruce. This is Margarita. How are you?
Hi, Margarita. It's so good to have you with us tonight.
It's been so long. I haven't seen you. Can I ask my daughter? She's here. She talked for me.
Yes.
All right. Hi. Hello. Good evening, everyone. This is Marianne Nguyen. I'm Margarita Nguyen's daughter. I'm also a resident of 308 Quebrada Del Mar Road. My mom has a question in regards to the fiscal year 22-23 plan that was just mentioned for the Monterey Bay Estates. You know, we actually walk every day, and that pavement, she's almost tripped on that before. So it's funny that that picture had popped up. Her question is in regards to the landscaping. She has a corner unit on the corner of Quebrada and Crescent And alongside that street, you know, where the city takes care of the landscaping, we haven't seen anybody come by in quite some time to care for the plants on that side of the street. And there's actually a dead oak tree. So she was wondering if that could be removed. And just questions about, I think, so is this going to be an increase in price to take care of the landscaping?
Good questions. Yeah, okay. And you have 2 minutes left, and then we'll answer your questions when you're done. So did you have any more input between you and your mom?
Do you have any other questions, Mom? No, my mother and I don't, but our neighbors across the street, Rudy and Virginia, who live at 309 Cape Rada, basically they feel the same way. They're wondering the same thing, if the price for the landscaping is going up, and if you know, are you guys getting a new landscaper? Is their questions? They want to know if there's going to be a new landscaper that's going to address the side of the streets where the public takes care of it, the city.
All right, so we'll address those questions now. I mean, as soon as the public comment is over, and give a special thank you to your mom. She's the only one that's ever taught me.
Can
Oh, do you have one more question? Go ahead.
Okay, there's something.
can you please yeah, can you please remove the dead oak tree by in front of my house?
Okay,
It
Margarita.
looks so ugly.
Okay,
And
well, we're going to talk
dead.
about, I'm sorry? What was the last thing you said, Margarita, after you said it was so ugly?
No, I said, can you remove that, please?
Okay, well, we're going to talk about that right now. So thank you for commenting, both you and your daughter. And now we'll get to respond to your comments right now. So we'll close public comment. And was that oak tree in the photo you showed us, Edri? Or is that a
No,
different
that's-
tree?
Quebrada del Mar is further down. It's at the northern end of the district.
Have you observed the dead tree that they're referring to?
I have not personally observed it. But
No,
if the resident, feel free to contact me. My name there, Edri, at cityofmarina.org. You could give me your address and we could meet on site to discuss that.
Yeah, it's the southwest corner of Quebrada and
Okay.
Crescent.
Okay.
Corner lot.
Yeah, you could definitely call our main office line, 884-1212. And
884-1212, 884-1212.
and we'll definitely schedule a site meeting with you.
Regarding the landscaping in general and the tree, but they did ask if the prices are going up, and tonight we're going to vote on not increasing the prices. Is that correct?
That's
And then
correct.
They asked, they're kind of hinting they need a new landscaper, but their question was, are they going to get a new landscaper? Can you talk about how the landscaper can only do as much as we pay them to do, and that might be why they're not?
Yes, sure. So in 2014, what we found was that because this district is so large, we needed further funds to maintain it on a weekly basis. The district voted down on that. And so what the council passed with public approval was a once a month maintenance schedule. So we are paying the contractor to visit the site once a month, strictly for public safety issues and for specific requests like citizens can give the city like this. So that's all the district currently has funds for.
Okay. And Elizabeth asked, who did PG&E pay for the installation of the LED lights?
Yes.
Okay.
And they did so through a citywide program. So over the years, we'll be paying back the PG&E with our rates, but there is no current upfront money to PG&E for this replacement.
Okay. All right. So I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations to adopt resolution before us to levy the $77.14 per the fiscal year 2022-2023 assessment, which keeps it the same that it is now. And then we authorize city clerk to do her duty prior to August 1st, 2022.
I second.
All right. Can we have, Kathy, did you have other input at this time?
No, I just second. No.
Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
So thank you. That motion passes unanimously, as all three of these landscape motions did, district motions. Thank you, Edri. Every year you put a lot of work into this, not just tonight, but leading up to tonight. We had a couple of one or two visits on this before we got to tonight. And your meeting that you tried to have at the, you did have it, but you tried to have it with a larger audience at Cypress Cove. And I think that the people that aren't able to make it, they have guests over, even though the meeting is planned in advance, they can always provide comments in writing, email, telephone. If you don't hear from them prior to tonight, it's really hard for Edri to get it right by their perspective. They can wait until tonight, but it's the last minute. So I hope that in the future, even if they can't make the physical meeting, that they get their thoughts known about the goals and desires they have. So the mayor.
Mr. Mayor, shall we call Mr. Burnett back?
I've actually just called him and
Yeah,
he'll
he
be
was-
back.
Yeah, he was still available. He just turned his video off, so he could still be listening.
No, he wasn't listening. He's about to come back on. I just called him.
Right. So we only have two items left. Normally they're pretty housekeeping-like items, but the second one's going to take a while tonight because the city manager prepared a report on the tree cutting. But the first item is the Monterey County Mayor's Association, and we met virtually a couple days ago or last Friday, and we heard from the 3 of the 4 candidates running for district, and they talked about themselves, and then we had 10 minutes for each candidate to answer our questions, all the mayors. So that was informative, but nothing more than that to report. So there are 4 people running for the district in which we reside. Okay, so we'll go first to Lane Long, and then we'll go to Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem Biala, and Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen to report or ask questions about what their activities have been. So Lane, did you have a 1-page or so written document to cover tonight's issue?
I don't have a printed 1-page, but I have some bullet points that I'll walk through with you, with the council. And if Matt could pull up, I wanted to pull up a couple of these maps of the site first. And so that this is just a report on the trees that were not permitted and were removed from really Dunes Phase 3 property. Now this map that you see right here is what we call it's part of Phase 3, and it's where these below market rate homes are going to be built. And so the Dunes did receive a permit to remove trees from this property. And so to put it in perspective, this is on the corner of 2nd Avenue and approximately where 6th Street will run. And this is just really one part of this below market rate housing development. The other part is on Imgen Road. It's in the Phase 2 East development. And so typically we wouldn't do projects like this in different phases, but it's all part of the same below market rate housing project that's going to build 140 units. Part are going to be in Phase 2 and the other part are going to be in Phase 3. And so that's why the permit was issued for this site. And it was strictly only for these trees that are on this site. Now, Matt, if you could pull up the next map. And
before you go, Lane, can you use your cursor, or can Matt use his cursor to show us the trees that were authorized? I see some X's, but I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I don't have a cursor, but Matt, if you can go to the top of the property Yep, those trees there where those circles are, those were the permitted trees that were removed.
So I see 5 trees and I see 2 big circles.
Can
Right.
you make the screen a little bit larger? Great, thank you.
So there's 6 permitted trees. So these were the ones that were permitted to be approved.
I see 5 there, Lane. Can you
I
show us where
know.
the 6th one is?
I'm not positive where the 6th one is. I'm just working on.
Don and Doug are on the line. Don and Doug, can you explain where you think the 6th tree might be?
Hey guys, this is Don Holford. I don't have the entire detail in front of me right now, but looking at this plan, there were a number of trees that were removed as part of this tree removal permit. And can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Don.
And so I believe the number was 5 in this area. Bruce, when you look at some of the trunks of these trees, I don't know if maybe it was one of these trees had maybe like a split trunk and it looked like 2 trees. I don't have that detail in front of me tonight, but I'm wondering if that's part of where the numbers are coming from.
Okay, Don, what you're saying makes sense. 5 trees, 1397, 1398, 1411, 1410, and 1412. Those 5 trees are in the area that Lane pointed out.
Right.
So Lane, please proceed. So those trees were approved and those trees were removed.
Yes, and that was what was strictly only supposed to be removed. So Matt, if you can pull up the next map, please. Yeah, slide up a little bit more. Okay, perfect. And so on the bottom right-hand corner, you can see those were the below market rate parcel that was permitted to be removed. But unfortunately, and through a series of system failures, and I've talked with Don Hofer and his staff, and he has talked with his staff, and there just wasn't one mistake that led to these other trees being removed, but it was a series of problems, and and I'm going to talk about that later on. But what was removed was then to the left where you see these little curly Q circles, the contractor that was removing the trees, he was also removing an asbestos water line, and that water line has to be moved out in big chunks. So he's removing it out, and what he had on his map was with the phase 3 development, which the Dunes has not even put an application to the city, but they are starting their work on what needs to be done for the phase 3 removal. And they had talked with the Marina Coast Water District. This is part of just the system of failures. But the water district had indicated that this asbestos pipe had to be removed all the way down to the far left of the screen here.
Can you stop for a moment, Lane, just to catch us up? Can someone please use a pointer to show the trees that were authorized in this vicinity and the trees that were not, and where the water or where the asbestos utility line was?
Okay, so Matt, can you do that? So yeah, just start off where the hand is. In that red box, those were the approved trees, and then just go down to the left, and that's kind of where the water line is, and it goes straight along that dashed black line, kind of all the way to the end of the property. And the contractor just went all the way down there, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green dots with the circles around it. Those were trees, and those were not permitted, had not gone through any part of our process. And the contractor, looking at the map from the Marina Coast Water District, seeing that asbestos water line was there, and he just continued to go down. Absolutely was not permitted. And there's a lot of different failures that we've talked about with Don Hofer that they are correcting in their processes and procedures. But to answer your question, Mayor, those 7 circles were the trees that were illegally removed.
Okay, can we assume that there were no bat surveys, raptor surveys, or protective fencing putting around them to let the heavy equipment in the vicinity know that they were to be protected for the time being, at least?
Correct. There was nothing. And I think part of it was because this is part of their system failures. Their superintendents on site, their maps didn't show that those would be removed. They were all strictly for the below market rate site, and they had no idea that the contractor would keep on going down through there. There's a lot of mistakes in this process, but no, there are no fences, no markers, nothing to say that those should not be removed.
Okay, did you have more input, Lane?
Yes. So there's a couple things that are from the big picture. Some of the questions that were asked was, what is going on with April 14th? And at the Planning Commission, there is nothing going on with tree removals or anything with phase 3 that's going to the Planning Commission. What we have, I believe what is on April 14th is a tentative map amendment to the promenade, and it has to do with the infrastructure. So it has nothing to do with trees or anything like this. Now, the phase 3, the Dunes has not submitted any application for phase 3. They initially started this process back in September. They've hired an arborist, a tree consultant that has completed a survey of all the trees on the phase 3 property, but that's as far as it's gone. It hasn't gone through any part of the city process, hasn't come to our staff yet, started our review process. Therefore, it has not gone to the Planning Commission or tree committee or any type process, just because this has not started. This was just a system of failures that knocked these trees down, but nothing is happening as far as an application yet for phase 3. And so when that does, obviously staff is going to be engaged. We'll be engaging with our tree committee will be up and going by then, the Planning Commission. And so there'll be our regular typical engagement all through this process. So just want to get that out there, that nothing is happening with phase 3. Nothing is happening on April 14th with phase 3, because there's no application or anything that's even started on the staff end. Now, what we've required the Dunes is to immediately stop any type of tree removals, which they have agreed to do, whether it be for future phases or for even existing approved phases. And the Dunes has agreed to do that. And the reason that we've asked them to do that, even for trees that have been approved to be removed, is we want to step back and look at potential mitigation for these 7 trees that were removed. 4 of them are substantially large trees. And so one thought is a potential mitigation down the road is larger trees that have been permitted for removal. Maybe we can make some adjustments to their plans so that those trees can be protected. So right now, the Dunes is not approved to remove any trees at all, and they've agreed to do that. So that's a first step to.
Excuse me, Lane, can we clarify, is it possible that they've been approved, but there's a gentleman's agreement, informal agreement, not to proceed with any tree cutting? Or is it that there's none that's been approved that haven't already been cut?
Yeah, we have sent them an email directing them not to remove any further trees, even if they've been approved, and they have agreed to that.
Okay, so do we know if there's been some that have been approved but not yet cut, such as along First Avenue north of 6th Street?
Yeah, correct. Though that's part of phase 2 west. And yeah, that was the intent of that direction, is to stop any removal of any potential trees in that area.
Okay, so just to be clear, there are trees that have been approved through the official process to be cut, but they still stand. And right now, they're going to at least postpone cutting until further notice. And and of course, there are lots of trees that have not been approved to be cut that are in this vicinity. And of course, those will not be cut.
That is correct.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, is it in writing?
Yes, our directive to them is in writing.
And is there a response in writing?
I don't believe that we've gotten that in writing, but we can certainly get that in writing.
I think at this point, because the level of trust here is pretty minimal, there's always a reason here. We're talking about systems of failure, but at the end of the day, people are culpable. And certainly this is not the first time we've had a problem. So I think at this point, we do need it in writing. Thank you.
Okay, we can certainly do that.
Okay, Elaine, let's pause for a moment and let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some questions. So the company is the same that does the pipe removal and tree removals. Is that correct? So that you said they just went down the line. They had already cut some of the ones on the lower right-hand side of the map, and there was a line going through in terms of where the pipe was going. So they had already removed those trees and removed the pipes, and they kept going, as you say.
That is correct. It was the same company that removes the pipe and the trees.
Okay, now if the pipe has to be removed, is it possible to remove that by also keeping those large trees there? I mean, they did both, but is that possible even?
Well, I don't know, but those are things we would have discussed going through our process. And that's exactly what would have been discussed is here's the pipe. Are there options for preservation of those trees? Or is there no options? But none of us had the opportunity to have that discussion.
Right, and I am sorry, that seems so obvious. You know, you're trying to remove pipes and you see these huge trees in front of you that there was absolutely no opportunity for discussion about it. I just find that, you know, unless there is no other option, really, maybe there's no affordable option. And so if you ignore it, then you don't have that problem. I'm sorry to say that I'm thinking like this, but I can't even believe that something like this has happened. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, now let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Hi, thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to say hi. It's getting late. Let me think about this logically. The pipes contained, why were the pipes being removed?
Lead.
They're asbestos pipe, and those are old pipes. And Marina Coastal Water District was requiring that they be removed.
So that being said, I understand that there was a process here that wasn't followed, but I'm just thinking about this logically. If the pipes contained poison, lead, right? Does that to say the tree?
Asbestos, Christina, let's be clear. It was asbestos.
Asbestos. Is that to say the trees were also contaminated with that? With the roots, were the roots, and do we know the condition of the roots? Did we, obviously we weren't afforded an opportunity to inspect the trees, but I'm just thinking logically, if the pipes had asbestos, would the trees have then therefore also and their roots be contaminated?
Yeah, I mean, this is more of a technical question, but Don Hofer may ask that, but part of it is Randazzo was the excavator, and they are certainly licensed to remove those type of materials, and that's partly why they wanted to remove those pipes intact, is to keep the asbestos intact. What you don't want to do is be shattering the asbestos and then contaminating all the soil. And so I don't think that trees and everything surrounding it were contaminated. They're removing those pipes all in one section, and then they would dispose of it appropriately.
Oh, okay. So that being said, they want to bring it out altogether. The trees were a side consequence of, I'm sorry, were a consequence of a safety measure. Were they trying to be safe? And as also looking down the road again, I'm just trying to figure, the trees came out. It's terrible that the trees came out. We were not afforded a chance to sort of vet the trees and determine their condition. They jumped the gun. Were the trees going to come out anyways? And were the trees also contaminated, therefore a safety hazard? And did they mitigate by taking the trees out? I'm just
Okay,
trying
so
to.
3 questions. We're trying to follow you, Christina. So did the trees need to come out? Is there compensation? What was the third question?
The question had to do with, one, were the trees were the trees going to have to come out anyways? As a result, were they trying to mitigate more asbestos exposure, therefore, concerns about public health? And the last one was, did we know the condition of the trees?
Yeah, I can't answer all those. I think.
Can we take them one at a time, please, Lane?
Yeah,
do we know the condition of? Do we know the condition of the trees?
Yes, I believe that arborist report done in September 2021 knows the condition of those trees.
That's a document that's phase 3 that we haven't seen yet, right?
Correct.
Publicly. Okay.
Correct.
And 2, was the reason for removing the pipe for safety reduction or safety?
Removing the pipes and the trees together, was it mitigating safety? I mean, asbestos exposure, or move it into the air?
I don't think it was mitigating the safety together. I think it was more to remove the pipe. They figured they just had to remove the tree. I don't know if that was absolutely the case. I don't know if was other methods that they could have removed the pipe and protected the trees. We just we don't know enough in that process. I'm assuming to dig out a pipe that big that they probably would have had to remove the tree, but we just don't know that for sure.
What was the third question?
Concerned about the public health.
Or were the trees going to come out anyway?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe, most likely, but we don't know for sure.
Anything more at this time, Christina?
I'm trying to formulate it into a question relating to, as we have seen.
It doesn't have to be a question. We're not in that format.
Oh, okay. I guess I had to just, off of the Cypress Cove incident or Nancy Amadeo's backyard. It's kind of like we need to have better control, way more better control. I'm stating the obvious, over our trees, and I would like to see a better policy. If you're going to come into our town and cut trees, it needs to be clear. But that's all I have to say.
Yeah. So actually, that's probably a good segue into the next things that I wanted to talk about. If there aren't other
before we go forward, Lane, I want to go back to the trees that were approved to be removed, and they were removed. Do we have written documentation that the bat surveys, the raptor surveys were done prior to removal?
I would have to default to the arborist reports. Guido, do you have any? Can you verify that? Is Guido here?
Those are requirements in our tree ordinance. So if you get a tree permit ordinance approved, you need to take some steps. And those are 2 of the steps that residents have asked me. Do we know if those steps were taken?
So we'll have to get back to you on that.
Now, you said a report. What kind of document would show us that those reports were done?
I think those were approved by the Planning Commission in 2021, I believe.
Right, so the bat survey and the raptor survey would not be, those would have to be done now. When they're cutting the trees down now, we don't want to have the bats or the raptors in the trees when they get cut. So 2021 document that approved the removal wouldn't be the document to confirm that those surveys were done prior to cutting.
That's correct.
So we go to Guido to find out, we go to the planning department to find out if those documents we possess.
Correct.
Okay. By the way, that was in an email that I sent you, so I'm not trying to bring up anything new. Okay. So Lane, you want to segue now into the next steps?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I have a question, one
Yeah,
last
okay,
question.
please.
or comment. Is that okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. So maybe this is where we're going, but I would like to know two things. One, how are we going to hold, in what way are we going to hold Shea and their contractor accountable? What are what's the mitigation? What's the penalty? And how are we going to prevent this from ever happening again? Because, I mean, I'm just still dumbfounded. I mean, you would think with everything we went through with Shea before that they would have been just meticulous. And so I am curious, and maybe this is actually a question for Dawn. Sorry, I recognize this is a separate question than what I've just asked you, but I would really actually like to hear from either Dawn or Doug. Like, what do you think? How did this happen? I mean, we've
Well,
heard the logic, but why no oversight on your part?
Well, so this is exactly where I wanted to segue into it. I think
Okay.
address and answer your question. So, Don Hofer, he is very upset, and the people up above him are very upset that this happened. And it's not to excuse that in any means that it shouldn't have happened. There was a lot of failures. It wasn't one in their whole processes. And so because of this, they're doing a restructuring of their complete oversight of their projects. They're adding a new superintendent and that an additional one that is going to be one of the responsibilities is strictly oversight of trees, the mitigation, the monitoring, the protection, everything that is associated with those trees. They're talking, and again, these are just high-level discussions. We're continuing to work with them on it, but they're talking about putting chain link fences around all trees to be protected. Right now, we do these orange and plastic fences, and so we're looking at something very different there. They're talking about doing on-site meetings with all their staff that are involved with the project before anything gets started. So you'll have the arborist on site, you'll have the superintendent on site, you'll have the contractors on site, the subcontractors on site, everybody that's involved. There's going to be an on-site meeting. It'll be discussing those specific things. These are the trees that are to be removed. These are the ones that are protected. How are we going to protect it? Whose responsibility it is? And so there is a lot of changes in the systems, the procedures, and the processes that the Dunes is going to be implementing because of this. On the city's end, we are also going to be changing some of our systems and procedures and processes because of this. One of the major things that we're going to be doing, and the Dunes has agreed to do this, is we're going to have an on-site inspector in addition to the on-site arborist the Dunes is now going to have, that's a superintendent, and they will not be able to have any activity regarding tree removal on site without our inspector being on site. And so the Dunes is going to pay for that. So that's going to be a additional condition of any tree removal permit, so that in addition to all their new procedures, we will physically have an inspector on site that will know exactly what trees are to be removed, which ones are going to be protected, and they cannot do any removal without our on-site inspector being there during the whole process. And so, we think we're getting some systems in place that will prevent this from happening in the future. And we're looking at other things too. Again, the Dunes is really upset at what has happened. And I think that people understand, as I've talked with Don, that this can't happen again. It won't happen again. Contractors will lose their contracts. Employees will lose their jobs. I mean, it's to that point where they need to understand that it's that serious with what has happened here, not only with this, but with Hilltop Park. And so I think everyone understands that. Now, on the mitigation end, we're continuing to have those discussions with the dunes, and ultimately this is going to come back to the city council. So any mitigation, reparation, penalties for these trees that have been removed, we're going to come back to the council for final approval. Now, also in this process, the dunes is going to be reached out to some of our tree people that have been involved and expressed an interest in here. And so I talked with Don earlier today, and they'd like to reach out to Mike Owen and Mike Kennedy and Elizabeth and Karen Anderson and anyone else that's been involved with this, and talk about how we can keep this from happening in the future, but also talk about with them what are appropriate mitigation measures and what are some things that they would be interested in seeing. And it could be it's from preserving existing trees that have been slated to be removed. It could be looking at preserving additional trees in phase 3 that maybe would have been looked at to be removed and not removing these. It may be looking at replantings of large trees, because typically we don't replant large ones. There's a large cost and there's more of a chance that they won't survive. But it could be looking at mitigation measures like that of especially some of those large ones, looking at replanting or transplanting some large ones. And so there's a whole host of mitigations that we want to start having this discussion. And so Don has committed to reaching out to the community and having that discussion with them. Our staff is going to be having that discussion with them. And then we're going to be bringing some of these back to the council, and whether we want to do it on a council meeting or whether we want to do it on a special study session, and maybe we want to do it on a special study session. So it's more of an informal type setting where we can have a discussion. Then the other major thing that we've talked about, and the Dunes is committed to do this, is really to step back and look at the preservation of trees for the entire west side of the project area. And so when I say the entire, it means the remaining phase 2 west and the phase 3. And so they've committed to step back and say, okay, let's relook at our tree plan for this whole area. And we'd like to engage the council, engage the public, and maybe by then we're getting the tree commission going, and we will relook at that whole project area and maybe look at trees a little bit differently with that. And so they've committed to do that. And so those are kind of the discussions that we've been having up to this point.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lane. So I just want to maybe reemphasize how profoundly impacted many of our citizens have been in our city, and what a horrible event this has been. And some of the emails and phone calls, and I've been stopped on the street by citizens who are outraged. Is sounds like it's about right surrounding this incident. I hope Mr. Hofer understands that this is a serious incident here in our city, and that there's been mobilization of energies and peoples to try and figure out and what next on this. So one simple proposal I would like to make that I think would have the effect of maybe mitigating the idea that this was done intentionally is to ensure that any replantings occur in the exact location of the trees that were removed. And this would, I think, show that, maybe this was done intentionally because they needed this space. But if we replant, or if they are required to replant in the exact same coordinates as the tree removed, it would allay any thought or feeling that this was somehow done intentionally with respect to the project. So I would hope that, council would support and that Shay would go along with understanding that this goodwill measure would go a long way to alleviate any bad feelings or that there was some kind of subterfuge or there's some plot or scheme or something like that. Because if that was the case and we replant in the exact same spot, then that scheme and their whole the outcomes from that would be completely obliterated. So I would like to see some action along those lines, that the trees that were removed illegally without permit, against the wishes of the citizens of Marina, would be replanted in the exact same location. Now, I know size and may be a something to consider on this, but a tree that could grow to the same size and height of the tree removed, going in that direction would, at least for me and for other people that I've talked with, go a long way to establish that this was an accident and we want to put things back the way they were. You see some of these damage, companies will make it as if it never happened. And so maybe this might be a remedy to, put things back as close as possible to the way they were. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, David. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It would be nice if they could.
Mayor, we're at 10 o'clock.
I'll motion that we go to 10:15 if needed.
A second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please? Anita?
Member Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, please proceed, Kathy.
Yeah. So if we put trees exactly where they were, they're going to remove the pipes, because why not? They've already removed the tree, and I don't know whether the pipes have been removed. So the benefit to the developer has already been established. I mean, they got their way in because they removed the pipe, and then the trees have been removed too, unless we wouldn't want them to keep the pipes in there anyway, when we replace it. So yes, it's nice that we replace it, but the damage is already done. It can never, the intent was so that they could remove the pipes. That was the intent. So anyway, but what I'm concerned about, and these wonderful mitigations and the number of personnel now dedicated to helping us making sure this will never happen again, it's expensive. Whether it's the buying large trees and sustaining them, whether we have, somebody on both sides going to be hired now to ensure that, that the trees are fenced off, that everybody knows what's happening with, pipe removals and all of that. And by the way, I want to know if the pipe removals are all done on the sites now for phase 1 and 2, because, if pipes have to be removed and there's no way that we can remove the pipes without removing the trees, then we got a problem again. We have the same darn problem again. But anyway, my fear is that all these expenses will end up coming back to us in the form of more expensive homes being built, or more expensive, prices of the homes to sell. And then, then we in Marina have committed so much to affordable housing. And if all of these kinds of things that are done because of this mistake just comes back to haunt us in a different way, I'm really concerned about that, because ultimately those costs are going to be passed to someone. And so I don't, whatever projects we have been working on to get affordable housing must remain affordable. We don't get now to tack on more expenses or more, I'm out of words here.
Okay, so David Burnett had the suggestion of replanting where unauthorized removals, and Kathy's asking, how do we try to ensure that we don't spite ourselves, cut off our nose to spite our face, pay double.
And I want to know if there are other pipes still needing removal, because we're in the same place, if they're underneath or beside one of these beautiful trees, anywhere on this property.
So the legal measures we have available to us through our ordinance and the kind gestures that the developers have available to them beyond the legal requirements of our ordinance are many. And the options they have, such as David Burnett's suggestion, Councilmember Burnett's suggestion, and the options that they have that would be per other people's suggestions, like the residents might have their own suggestions. All of these issues would take that special session in public that Lane has spoke to. And very quickly, I would like to share my screen. Maybe I won't. Because this is something that I provided to the developers and to Lane when people were so upset. And in it, there's a lot of questions that I have that we all need to get smarter about, such as when the developer says that the proximity to roads, planned underground structures, and planned buildings are so close, they have to remove the trees. In the past, it's been a verbal, oh, okay, well then you can cut down those trees. But we might need more than that in the future, than just a verbal assertion that a row of trees need to be removed. And there's other questions here that I don't have the answers, and maybe other council members don't have the answers. The public doesn't have the answers. But until we're intelligent in understanding the developer's rights and the city's roles and responsibilities, we're kind of working in the blind, hoping things get better. And so this is a deeper topic than we can address right now. But toward Councilmember Burnett's question or suggestion, you can put trees in this photo where they were removed. And this bulldozed path here in the middle of the photo is where they were removed, this flat area to the left. Or you could keep trees on 2nd Avenue, which are at the above center of this photo. All of those trees lined up like little soldiers are approved for removal. That is 1st Avenue. So some of the residents are saying, hey, these are beautiful trees. They're approved for removal. If you leave them in place and you do not cut them down, you automatically get a 45 to 75-year-old tree today to stay in place that's within view of the residents who live at the dunes. And if you cut these down, their view is degraded. So it's an option. And David Burnett has an option, and other people are going to have options. But until we're intelligent with what's on the ground and what are the developers' rights and responsibilities, and vice versa for the city, it's going to be hard for us to untangle this in a way that we can feel assured that we're going to make progress. So there are several things to consider, and I know that Lane's on top of this. And so I think that having that special session will give everyone, Kathy and David and the residents and I and everybody else, a chance to understand and weigh in. And I like the developer's suggestion that they meet on site for a walkthrough with concerned residents, because we don't need to have a lot of people angry at meetings as much as we need to have people learning and face-to-face conversations on site so that we can see the trees that are in phase 3. By the way, there are hundreds of trees. There are more than 500 trees in phase 3. There are hundreds of those. There are hundreds of trees that are large trees and that are in good shape. And so, we're talking about a big deal here when we look at phase 3. And before we get to the tree removal permit application at a planning commission meeting, we do have a lot of subject content to cover. So I think our next steps include the developer meeting with residents on site and then having that special session. So let's go back to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, the point I was trying to make, and I guess the Vice Mayor and yourself misunderstood the point I was making. The conclusion that some people have said was the trees were cut because of the plans that were in place afforded a better financial result for the company. So that's why they were removed. So I'm saying to eliminate that as a possibility of why the trees were removed, that you replant in exactly the same location. So that eliminates any gain that they would have gotten from having those trees removed. It has nothing to do with the purpose of removing the pipes or anything else, but to take away that incentive, because now if they remove a tree illegally and we're going to replant on that exact same spot, there's no incentive for them to take away trees for any project enhancements or developments that could not have, that was my point.
Yeah, and you had a couple of points there that they're very good points. And I think that your suggestion is one that needs to be considered along with others so that we get the best bang for the buck, according to the developer rights and our rights, what the residents want. Maybe saving those 60 to 80-year-old trees on First Avenue is more beneficial to the city than planting young trees where the unpermitted trees were cut. And maybe it's not, and maybe there's 10 other ideas. Maybe they're not, but I think that we need to consider the ideas that everyone has and try to get the best bang for the buck to compensate for what's happened. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Could we hear from Dawn Huffer, please?
Yes, Dawn, we'll put you onto so we can see you. We'll put you over to that wasn't what I wanted to do, to a panelist. Maybe Matt got to me first. Poor Don here. I don't know where he is. I may have, here he is. Don, I'm just trying to promote you to a panelist.
But while you're pulling down up, there's a lot of factors that go into the tree removal. And I think a study session is really going to help to educate a lot of people. Because what I don't know, Councilmember Burnett, is maybe 6th Avenue, the street, is going to go on exactly where those trees were. And so when we say we want to maybe plan exactly where it is, what we don't know is the tentative maps have already been improved. The streets, the whole road infrastructure, that may be right where those trees are. And so when we step back and look at this, and this is why we really want to look at this, the holistic plan is you're looking at utilities, you're looking at infrastructure, you're looking at the roads, you're looking at the lots, all these things have been approved. And then we're stepping back now from a big perspective and saying, we want to relook at how we've looked at the trees. And I think as the mayor talked about is maybe there's some options out there that we haven't considered before that we want to look at. So that there's a lot of things that we just don't know right now, but that we really want to cover in that study session.
Okay, Don, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I want to thank City Manager Lane Long. We've spent many hours on the phone and going through this, and of course, as Lane suggested, it's been an upsetting experience. I apologize for it. To the council, to the community, we've and like I've said to my team, we've done so many great things. We've got a fantastic team out there, And we think we're doing great things for the community here. And then when something like this happens, you know, you stub your toe, it's never good. So we apologize. You know, I think Lane did a good job of characterizing it. I'm happy to answer questions about it, you know, in more detail. I understand people are going to say what they're going to say about us, about the situation, and there's always going to be conspiracy theories out there about why it happened. I can just tell you from the perspective of Shay and MCP, we never wanted this to happen this way, right? I mean, it never feels good when you you know, sort of stub your toe on an issue, and so that's why we've responded the way we have, right? And we've always been an honest organization that does the right thing, and we'll continue to do that in your city. You know, we've gone through, I explained it to Lane in a discussion we had where I said, look, you know, if you ever watch those aviation disaster films or shows on TV, I mean, that's essentially what we did, is we broke down our processes internally and said, all right, how did we get here? Yeah, it started with one thing. I mean, it started with a comment from MCWD that said, continue to remove this asbestos line all the way to First Avenue. And it was added to the plans and not caught in plan check. And, you know, there's multiple areas where that could have been caught, but that's the level of analysis that we've gone through and identified where the breakdowns and failures occurred. So, you know, we're always working to get better. It's an incredibly complex project. It doesn't excuse what happened, but hopefully in a way it explains how we got there. And that's important for us to understand so we can commit to you that it's not going to happen again. And I think Lane did a really good job tonight of summarizing our conversations. As we go, there was a couple of questions I'll try to answer. You know, this was a asbestos cement pipe. ACP is what it's referred to as. It has to be removed from joint to joint in whole sections. And if you don't remove it that way, it becomes friable. And so it does become a bit of a safety issue. And certainly the Monterey Air District, you know, takes notice of that kind of stuff. It changes the waste characterization. There's a lot of implications. And so, and this pipe was, for the most part, directly underneath the trees. So there's been, you know, some discussion about, you know, could the trees have stayed there? You know, the trees are in the future 6th Avenue. We've been working through our phase 3 entitlements, you know, submittals to the city, and in our plans, they were slated for removal. Obviously still working through the city on all of that. So that hadn't been approved yet, but that's kind of the situation. I think Lane did a good job of describing kind of where our heads are on the Shay and MCP side on this issue, working with the community. I think it's and you know, in conversation I think I had with Mayor, with you and a number of different people, I don't think anybody would dispute that, you know, the trees that are in the existing dunes communities that we've preserved are fantastic additions to the community. You know, they bring a level of a quality to the community that you don't get otherwise. And so I think we're of the same mind there. And now the question is, you know, what can we do to preserve more of those, or to look at our phase 2 and phase 3 on the west side, our planning to do our best to preserve the quality of the trees that we can. And that's the part of it that's going to take a little while. So I would just ask people to be patient with us if you can. And, you know, we're going to do our best to go through a process here to look at those trees and do our best to preserve as many of them as we can in our future planning. So but it takes a while for us to get there, to analyze it. It's one of the more complicated areas of the project because there's a tremendous amount of grade that goes from where First Avenue is up to Second Avenue. And so as you're building a project like this, you know, you're changing grades and making all of that work. At the same time, trying to keep trees that are in their existing locations. So we're working through that. It's going to take a little bit. We'll go through the process just as Lane described. And, as I said before, it is my, it is my, I don't know what I would do if it happened again. And I'm just trying to be honest and transparent with you and the community. I don't take this lightly. Shay doesn't take it lightly. And, so we're very serious about putting provisions in place so it doesn't happen again.
Okay, before we move on, I motion that we go to 10:30. Should we need to?
A second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No,
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Don, were you finished? I had to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. I think I was done.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
Just a
Thank you.
second. Mr. Mayor, did you vote?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, that motion passed unanimously, 4-1 with Councilmember Burnett dissenting.
I'd like to make a motion that we have follow up with a study session on which we can explore how we're going to move forward. Included in that is, let's see, well, a discussion of, how we're going to move forward both in partnership, if you will, with Shay, as far as what kind of compensation and mitigation is going to occur, and also how we're going to be changing our policies with regards to this. And did I leave anything else out that we need to address?
I'll second that for just a moment. Lisa, can we make a motion, Bob, that's not on the agenda?
Yes, you can. You can make a motion.
Okay, Lisa, please continue if you had more.
I was just asking Lane if I had forgotten anything else that we need to address. And also, I know, and that we do have in writing an agreement between Shea Homes and the city saying that there will be no more tree removal until this is resolved. Until we make a clear decision in our study session.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
And maybe we have the study session after the Dunes meets with the residents, so they understand what their perspectives are and recommendations to us.
Sure, that's fine with so study sessions with recommendations based upon the residents and other experts that the city can suggest.
Yes,
working
great.
with Shea Home.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right,
So-
Councilmember,
Does the second, Bruce, did you second that or was that yes?
second hold. Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilmember, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you mentioned this, but procedurally, are we okay since this wasn't noticed as an agenda item?
Yes, we asked the city
Yes.
council, city
You
attorney.
can make a motion, and the city manager provided a report. You can provide direction.
Okay. And,
The motion is giving direction.
Mhm.
and I'd like to.
That's the way I understood it.
All right, and I'd like to make a friendly amendment that all council members are able to provide questions or content that they want covered in the special session. So I did my best to communicate with residents and come up with sort of a summary of what I perceive to be their concerns and what I think we all need to get smarter about. So if my friendly amendment would ask Lisa to allow council members to send in suggestions for that special session for the staff to cover.
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think that's part of the community input or the experts that people are engaged with. Do we need, for clarification, do we need to list now who those people are? Or does the city already have that list?
I think we have a list of the people now, but if other people are interested, they can reach out and we'll add them to that.
Okay, so then let's set a deadline then for this so that we have a very clear, so that we can actually move forward with the development as well as with how we're going to protect our city and the trees. So if we can suggest a date no later than for community engagement, and then when this will be coming back to council.
Yeah, how about we set a intended not later than date for the special session, and then it's understood that everything else, like the community meeting, has to happen before then. April or May 31st would give us practically 2 months. That's a Tuesday. So I would suggest maybe you consider May 31st, no later than, to have a special session. But maybe that's too soon, or maybe it's too long.
Lane?
I think part of it is I'm going to need to talk with Don Hofer, and because they have a lot of legwork they need to do on their end. Does end of May seem reasonable, or do you need longer than that?
No, I think end of May is probably reasonable, Lane.
Okay.
So May 31st is a Tuesday, potential council date, special session date, because it's not one normal, a regular session date. You want to fold that into your motion, Lisa, or you want to choose another date?
I would like to fold that into the motion.
Okay, so Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, no later than, for a special session.
Yes.
My second holds. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a little, I could see how your suggestion for questions might speed things along, but I could also see there might be some. So are you suggesting that these questions would be directed to staff prior to the meeting and that answers would be available, or would these be questions that would be discussed at the actual meeting?
Both. Everything would be provided in advance, but the packet for the special session would have the content in it that residents and elected officials think is important for us to make our decisions. We need to be educated.
Okay, but you see how that might be problematic for staff.
It's work for staff to tell us what the developer's rights are and what the city's rights are. I understand that takes time, but if we don't know what those boundaries are, it's hard for us to suggest solutions.
And I think, if I may jump in, part of this, I think, is going to be preparation of materials ahead of time, and some that may include answers to some of those questions we may want to include in the presentation to have discussions. And so I think as we're putting everything together, it may be a combination of both.
Okay, so we're anticipating a single item meeting?
Yeah, it'll be
It'll take about 9 hours, but it's going to happen on one day.
And actually, for point of clarification, Memorial Day is Monday, the 30th. So I think we're actually looking at, June 1st, because council meeting.
Can I make a suggestion that we shoot for the mid-May then? I know we're sort of getting into graduation season also, and my daughter's graduating from high school. So if possible, can we shoot for mid-May?
Yeah, I'll motion that we continue this meeting to 10:40 if necessary.
And I think that the motion
Lane, we have a motion on the floor, and then we'll do the other business of restating.
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita? Anita wants
Councilmember
to.
Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No?
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so we'll restate the motion that's on the floor at the appropriate time. Who was talking that we interrupted?
We're looking at dates.
I think that the motion was before the end of May, before May 31st, and we're fine with that motion. So we'll coordinate with everyone and figure out the time, and it may be before that, but I think the motion is fine.
Okay, any further comment before we go to a vote on a restated motion, and we'll restate the motion? I don't see any hands going up. So Lisa, can you restate the motion for Anita, because she wants to be clear?
Okay. Motion,
Without commentary.
I'm gonna do my very best, Anita. The motion is that the city council recommends that we have a special meeting to explore. Oh, wait, hold on. To a special meeting after Shea Holmes has interacted or consulted with community members and gotten some recommendations, some proposed recommendations, along with council members giving questions and recommendations. Am I correct on that? Of what they'd like to see in the staff report for a special meeting to be held in mid-May. Did I forget anything?
Good job. Complicated.
Thank you.
Good job.
But the original one was before the end of May, and we'll figure out.
Okay.
Yeah, and before the end of May is still, so my second holds in.
Well, the original one was before the end of May. I guess it's up to the city to decide, but Don had asked that we keep it at mid-May if that's doable.
Which is before the end of May, so we don't have to
Fair
change
enough.
that.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to public comment, and if we have to go past 10:40, we will. We have 9 minutes, but that's okay. We can make another motion and maybe we'll pass it. Let's go to Tommy Balea, and I'll ask everyone to be on point here. Tommy, go ahead.
Yes, good evening again.
Evening.
Yeah, I can't believe something like that. I have to go outside because I don't want to upset my wife. How trees can get cut down like that, and how there can be a miscommunication. Somebody gave the order. I can't believe that. I mean, that's just totally wrong. Now you lost my trust. I don't trust Shea Holmes. I don't trust Well, obviously I don't trust Randazzo. That guy will level everything. But there's enough arsenic and asbestos from all the demolition of those buildings. It's everywhere. It's on the ground. It's everywhere. Hopefully those construction workers are wearing respirators. I cannot believe how you decimate trees. I'm taking plants from Port Ord and bringing them to my home. I'm propagating them because they're not going to be around at this point. I think you guys are growing way too fast, way too fast. I hope interest rates go up because that'll put things in check. I don't see a housing demand. I see houses for sale in Marina. Sure, they don't want that. They want all the new stuff. People don't want old homes. They want new homes. Yeah, but for every tree you take down, you build another house. That's all. That's just another carbon footprint. I mean, I can't ride my bike by there. It won't be another 20 years before I go by. I go all around that. I can't even ride down California Avenue anymore. You block that.
Tommy, can you please, Tommy, can you keep your comments to the motion? We may have lost Tommy. Okay, Tommy had 2 minutes left. Oh, there we go. We hear you. Let's bring you back. Go ahead, Tommy. Go ahead, unmute Tommy, please.
Yeah, it's part of the
You're breaking up, Tommy.
Self-service in Marina. I don't know who gave. Let me go back inside. I can't use Wi-Fi. I can't use self-service. I have to stay at my house. So now my wife's getting upset. But anyways, I think they should be penalized to set a precedence. I mean, come on. If that would have happened in Carmel, you would have had national news. My gosh, I'm going to have to ride my bike all the way down the reservation to 68, go down 68 and come back up Jim Moore Boulevard. Everything else is blocked off. I mean,
Tommy, please
growing
keep,
is one thing. I mean, they should be penalized. You need to set the precedence. I can't believe that something like that could happen. I mean, there's enough asbestos there anyways, but that's beside the point. But I can't believe something like that could happen. Yeah, it's almost like I can't even go out there and police those guys because it's not healthy. The dust, the concrete, the grinding, the asphalt, all has asbestos in it. And it's everywhere. And when the wind blows,
Tommy, please
well,
keep your comments to the point of the motion, okay?
I think they should be penalized. It's only fair, and those trees should be replanted. Maybe not in that same location, but for the number of trees that you guys taken away, there's that much less oxygen. Can't believe it. Good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. Good night. Okay, let's go to Mike Owen. I don't think he had a lot to say, but go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My comment is an email I just sent everybody. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left, Mike, but thank you.
Can we leave the back door open, Teresa?
Sorry about that. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher.
Yes, good evening. I'll take more than 10 seconds, sorry. So if Don Hover is upset, just imagine how upset the Marina residents are. Okay. Sorry, it's not as organized as usual. Has proper asbestos removal procedure been followed? Before Don explained that the pipe had been removed in segments, which I already assumed, I think it will be very hard to remove a pipe intact. Are there any photos available of the intact pipe segments that have been removed? What was the diameter of the pipe? How long were the segments? Were or are there any other solutions to remove pipes from under trees, or maybe leave parts of a pipe under a tree, fill it up? As far as I know, if you don't disturb asbestos, it's safe, you know, just sitting in the ground. It should be fine. And just like Kathy, I would like to know, are there any more pipes in that area or in phase 3? Okay. Oh, and if the roads, infrastructures everything already was approved, what's the use to invite the public for comments if it's a done deal? A little bit late, maybe. And by the way, during the most recent planning commission meeting, we were told that tree removal requests for phase 3 would be on the April 14 agenda. That's how we all got activated, or whatever you call it. Okay. And then finally, I now have one more note. Oh, no, not finally. So Don Hover already knows he has a chance to show goodwill because by helping us recover a drone, which was a neighbor's drone, which was used to try to legally observe the area, but it got stuck in one of the trees. So we would appreciate any help we can get, or please let us know if Shay cannot help us, and then we will try to hire somebody to recover that expensive drone. And finally, the best thing I heard tonight is that the city and the developer will take a step back to look at a tree plan for the entire area. And I'm very much looking forward to being invited to a walkthrough on site with the developer. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you all for what you're doing for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. And before you talk, Grace, let me interrupt. I'll motion that we go to 10:55 if needed. If there's no second, then that motion will die for a lack of second.
Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll
Okay.
second.
Lisa, do you have a comment on the extension vote?
No, it's a comment. I forgot something in the motion that was made.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Burnett abstaining or dissenting. So Grace, please continue, and then we'll take it to Councilmember Berkeley.
You can hear me okay, Mayor?
Yes, loud and clear, yeah.
So first, thank you very much, Councilmember Berkeley, for this motion. I support it 100%. Second, when a meeting of community members is pulled together, I would appreciate if there was a sufficient advance notice on such a meeting. Many of us have really busy schedules, and it would be nice to have 2 or 3 different options of meeting times. And thirdly, I'll say that one of the most what left me feeling the most optimistic this evening was to hear our city manager speak of preservation of trees in the entire project area, to look at the entire project area, including phase 2 west and phase 3. And that's what is leaving me the most optimistic. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the discussion you've had this evening.
Thank you very much, Grace. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yes, I forgot 2 things on my motion. One, that we also get in writing from Shay that there's an agreement that they're not going to remove any trees until after this special meeting, until after we as the city agree on what we're going to do with them. And that will include the enforcement process and the fine mitigation that we'll be discussing.
Now, instead of fine mitigation, I mean, can you expand that?
Fines and or mitigations.
So compensation, whatever is going to be involved with compensation.
Correct.
Okay, Anita, is it clear to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, my second holds.
Thank
And I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passed unanimously. Thanks for everyone, especially Don Hofer, Doug Yant, being in the hot seat and being with us all night tonight, knowing this was coming back at the end. And to all the staff that are still with us, thanks everybody for a productive night. Thank you, Tina, Commander Anderson, Doug Yant, our fire department chief. Thanks, Brian and Matt. And see you next time.